Paula Snyder-Belusic, Numbers chapters 11, 12, and 13. When the people complained intensely in the Lord's hearing, the Lord heard and became angry. Then the Lord's fire burned them and consumed the edges of the camp. When the people cried out to Moses, Moses prayed to the Lord, and the fire subsided. The name of the place was called Taberah, because the Lord's fire burned against them. The riffraff among them had a strong craving. Even the Israelites cried again and again and said, "Who will give us meat to eat?" We remember the fish we ate in Egypt for free, the cucumbers, the melons, the leeks, the onions, and the garlic. Now our lives are wasting away. There is nothing but manna in front of us. The manna was like coriander seed, and its color was like resin. The people would roam around and collect it and grind it with millstones or pound it in a mortar. Then they would boil it in pots and make it into cakes. It tasted like cakes baked in olive oil. And when the dew fell on the camp during the night, the manna would fall with it. Moses heard the people crying throughout their clans, each at his tent's entrance. The Lord was outraged and Moses was upset. Moses said to the Lord, "Why have you treated your servants so badly? And why haven't I found favor in your eyes? For you placed the burden of all these people on me. Did I conceive of all these people? Did I give birth to them? That you would say to me, 'Carry them at your breast as a nurse carries an unweaned child to the fertile land that you promised their ancestors?' Where am I to get meat for all these people? They are crying before me and saying, 'Give us meat so we can eat.' I can't bear this people on my own. They're too heavy for me. If you're going to treat me like this, please kill me. If I found favor in your eyes, then don't let me endure this wretched situation." The Lord said to Moses, "Gather before me 70 men from Israel's elders, whom you know as elders and officers of the people. Take them to the tent of meeting and let them stand there with you. Then I'll descend and speak with you there. I'll take some of the spirit that is on you and place it on them. Then they will carry the burden of the people with you so that you won't bear it alone. To the people you will say, 'Make yourselves holy, for tomorrow then you will eat meat.' For you've cried in the Lord's hearing, 'Who will give us meat to eat? It was better for us in Egypt.' The Lord will give you meat and you will eat. You won't eat just for 1 day or 2 days or 5 days or 10 days or 20 days, but for the whole month until it comes out of your nostrils and nauseates you. You've rejected the Lord who's been with you, and you have cried before him, saying, 'Why did we leave Egypt?'" Moses said, "The people I'm with are 600,000 on foot, and you're saying, 'I will give them meat, and they will eat for a month.' Can flocks and herds be found and slaughtered for them? Or can all the fish in the sea be found and caught for them?" The Lord said to Moses, "Is the Lord's power too weak? Now you will see whether my word will come true for you or not." So Moses went out and told the people the Lord's words. He assembled 70 men from the people's elders and placed them around the tent. So the Lord descended in a cloud, spoke to him, and took some of the spirit that was on him and placed it on the 70 elders. When the spirit rested on them, they prophesied, but only this once. 2 men had remained in the camp, one named Eldad and the second Medad, and the spirit rested on them. They were among those who registered, but they hadn't gone out to the tent, so they prophesied in the camp. A young man ran and told Moses, "Eldad and Medad are prophesying in the camp." Joshua, Nun's son and Moses' assistant since his youth, responded, My master Moses, stop them. Moses said to him, Are you jealous for my sake? If only all the Lord's people were prophets with the Lord placing his spirit on them. Moses and Israel's elders were assembled in the camp. A wind from the Lord blew up and brought quails from the sea. It let them fall from the camp from a day's journey all around the camp and about 3 feet deep on the ground. Then the people arose and gathered the quail all the day, all the night, and all the next day. The least collected was 10 omers, and they laid them out around the camp, while the meat was still beneath their teeth and not yet consumed. The Lord's anger blazed against the people. The Lord struck the people with very great punishment. The name of that place was called Kibroth Hatava, because they buried the people who had the craving. From Kibroth Hatava, the people marched to Hazeroth. Chapter 12. When they were in Hazeroth, Miriam and Aaron criticized Moses on the account of the Cushite woman whom he had married, for he'd married a Cushite woman. And they said, Has the Lord spoken only through Moses? Hasn't he also spoken through us? The Lord heard it. Now the man Moses was humble more than anyone on earth. Immediately the Lord said to Moses, Aaron, and Miriam, You 3 go out to the tent of meeting. So the 3 of them went out. Then the Lord descended in a column of a cloud, stood at the entrance of the tent, and called to Aaron and Miriam. The 2 of them came forward, and he said, Listen to my words. If there is a prophet of the Lord among you, I will make myself known to him in visions. I speak to him in dreams, but not with my servant Moses. He has proved to be reliable with all of my household. I speak with him face to face visibly, not in riddles. He sees the Lord's form. So why aren't you afraid to criticize my servant Moses? The Lord's anger blazed against them, and they went back. When the cloud went away from over the tent, Miriam suddenly developed a disease flaky like snow, a skin disease flaky like snow. Aaron turned toward Miriam and saw her skin disease. Then Aaron said to Moses, Oh, my master, please don't punish us for the sin that we foolishly committed. Please don't let her be like the stillborn whose flesh is half eaten as it comes out of the mother's womb. So Moses cried to the Lord, God, please heal her. Then the Lord said to Moses, If her father had spit in her face, would she not be ashamed for 7 days? Let her be shut out of the camp for 7 days, and afterwards she will be brought back. So they shut Miriam out of the camp for 7 days, and the people didn't march until Miriam was brought back. Afterward, the people marched from Hazeroth, and they camped in the Paran desert. Chapter 13. The Lord spoke to Moses, Send out men to explore the land of Canaan, which I am giving to the Israelites. Send one man from each ancestral tribe, each chief among them. So Moses sent them out from the Paran desert according to the Lord's command. All the men were leaders among the Israelites. These are their names. From the tribe of Reuben, Shammai, Zakur's son. From the tribe of Simeon, Shaphat, Ori's son. From the tribe of Judah, Caleb, Jephunneh's son. From the tribe of Issachar, Igal, Joseph's son. From the tribe of Ephraim, Hoshea, Nun's son. From the tribe of Benjamin, Paltai, Raphu's son. From the tribe of Zebulun, Gadiel, Sodai's son. From the tribe of Joseph. From the tribe of Manasseh, Gadai, Susei's son. From the tribe of Dan, Amiel, Gemelai's son. From the tribe of Asher, Suthar, Michael's son. From the tribe of Naphtali, Nabai, Voshai's son. From the tribe of Gad, Giel, Mackai's son. These are the names of the men whom Moses sent out to explore the land. Moses changed the name of Hoshea, Nun's son, to Joshua. When Moses sent them out to explore the land of Canaan, he said to them, "Go up there into the arid southern plain and into the mountains. You must inspect the land. What is it like? Are the people who live in it strong or weak, few or many? Is the land in which they live good or bad? Are the towns in which they live camps or fortresses? Is the land rich or poor? Are there trees in it or not? Be courageous and bring back the land's fruit." It was the season of the first grapes. They went up and they explored the land from the Zin Desert to Rehob near Lebo Hamath. They went up into the arid southern plain and entered Hebron, where Ammon, Sheshai, and Talmai, the descendants of the Anakites, lived. Hebron was built 7 years before Tanis in Egypt. Then they entered the cluster ravine, cut down there a branch from one cluster of grapes, and carried it on a pole between them. They also took pomegranates and figs. That place was called the cluster ravine because of the cluster of grapes that the Israelites cut down from there. They returned from exploring the land after 40 days. They went directly to Moses, Aaron, and the entire Israelite community in the Paran Desert at Kadesh. They brought back a report to them and to the entire community, and they showed the land's fruit. Then they gave their report. "We entered the land to which you sent us. It's actually full of milk and honey, and this is its fruit. There are, however, powerful people who live in the land. The cities have huge fortifications, and we even saw the descendants of the Anakites there. The Amalekites live in the land of the arid southern plain. The Hittites, the Jebusites, and the Amorites live in the mountains. And the Canaanites live by the sea and along the Jordan." Now Caleb calmed the people before Moses and said, "We must go up and take possession of it, because we are more than able to do it." But the men who went up with him said, "We can't go against the people because they are stronger than we." They started a rumor about the land that they had explored, telling the Israelites, "The land we crossed over to explore is the land that devours its residents. All the people we saw in it are huge men. We saw the Nephilim, the descendants of Anak came from the Nephilim. We saw ourselves as grasshoppers, and that's how we appeared to them."
I'm Gary Jansen. I'm reading Numbers chapter 14. The entire community raised their voice, and the people wept that night. All the Israelites criticized Moses and Aaron. The entire community said to them, "If only we had died in the land of Egypt, or if we had died in this desert. Why is the Lord bringing us to this land to fall by the sword? Our wives and our children will be taken by force. Wouldn't it be better for us to return to Egypt?" So they said to each other, "Let's pick a leader and let's go back to Egypt." Then Moses and Aaron fell on their faces before the assembled Israelite community. But Joshua, Nun's son, and Caleb, Jephunneh's son, from those who had explored the land, tore their clothes and said to the entire Israelite community, "The land we crossed through to explore is an exceptionally good land. If the Lord is pleased with us, he'll bring us into this land and give it to us. It's a land that's full of milk and honey. Only don't rebel against the Lord and don't be afraid of the people of the land. They are our prey. Their defense has deserted them, but the Lord is with us. So don't be afraid of them." But the entire community intended to stone them. Then the Lord's glory appeared in the meeting tent to all the Israelites. The Lord said to Moses, "How long will these people disrespect me? And how long will they doubt me after all the signs that I've performed among them? I'll strike them down with a plague and disown them. Then I'll make you into a great nation, stronger than they. Moses said to the Lord, the Egyptians will hear, for with your power you brought these people up from among them. They'll tell the inhabitants of this land, they've heard that you, Lord, are with this people. You, Lord, appear to them face to face. Your cloud stands over them. You go before them in a column of cloud by day and a column of lightning by night. If you kill these people, every last one of them, the nations who heard about you will say, the Lord wasn't able to bring these people to the land that he solemnly promised to give them. So he slaughtered them in the desert. Now let my master's power be as great as you declared when you said, the Lord is very patient and absolutely loyal, forgiving wrongs and disloyalty, yet he doesn't forego all punishment, disciplining the grandchildren and great grandchildren for their ancestors' wrongs. Please forgive the wrongs of these people because of your absolute loyalty, just as you've forgiven these people from their time in Egypt until now. Then the Lord said, I will forgive as you requested. But as I live and as the Lord's glory fills the entire earth, none of the men who saw my glory and the signs I did in Egypt and in the desert, but tested me these times and haven't listened to my voice, will see the land promised to their ancestors. All who respected me won't see it, but I'll bring my servant Caleb into the land that he explored, and his descendants will possess it because he has a different spirit, and he has remained true to me. Since the Amalekites and the Canaanites live in the valley, tomorrow turn and march into the desert by the route of the Reed Sea. The Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron. How long will this wicked community complain against me? I've heard the Israelites dissent as they continue to complain against me. Say to them, as I live, says the Lord, just as I've heard you say, so I'll do to you. Your dead bodies will fall in this desert. None of you who were enlisted and were registered from 20 years old and above who complained against me will enter the land in which I promised to settle you, with the exception of Caleb, Jephunneh's son, and Joshua, Nun's son. But your children, whom you said would be taken by force, I'll bring them in, and they will know the land that you rejected. Your bodies, however, will fall in this desert, and your children will be shepherds in the desert for 40 years. They will suffer for your unfaithfulness until the last of your bodies fall in the desert. For as many days as you explored the land, that is, 40 days, just as many years you'll bear your guilt, and that is 40 years. This is how you will understand my frustration. I, the Lord, have spoken. I will do this to the entire wicked community who gathered against me. They will die in this desert. There they'll meet their end. The men of Moses sent out to explore the land and had returned and caused the entire community to complain against him by starting a rumor about the land. These men died by a plague in the Lord's presence on account of their false rumor. But Joshua, Nun's son, and Caleb, Jephunneh's son, survived from those men who went to explore the land. Moses spoke these words to all of the Israelites, and the people mourned bitterly. They rose early in the morning and went up to the top of the mountain range, saying, let's go up to the place the Lord told us to, for we have sinned. But Moses said, why do you disobey the Lord's command? It won't succeed. Don't go up, for the Lord isn't with you. Don't be struck down before your enemies. The Amalekites and the Canaanites will be there in front of you, and you will fall by the sword, and because you turned away from the Lord, and the Lord is no longer with you. Yet they recklessly ascended toward the top of the mountains, even though Moses and the Lord's chest containing the covenant didn't depart from the camp. Then the Amalekites and the Canaanites who lived in those mountains descended, struck them down, and beat them all the way
Hi, my name is James Rissler, and I will be reading Numbers chapter 15. The Lord spoke to Moses, "Speak to the Israelites and say to them, when you enter the land where you will live, which I am giving you, and you make a food gift to the Lord as a soothing smell for the Lord from the herd of the flock, whether an entirely burned offering, or a sacrifice to fulfill a solemn promise, or a spontaneous gift, or at your sacred seasons. The one presenting the offering to the Lord will bring a grain offering of 1/10 of a measure of fine flour, mixed with 1/4 of a hin of oil. You will also offer 1/4 of a hin of wine as a drink offering, with either the entirely burned offering or the sacrifice, for each lamb. For a ram, you will offer a grain offering of 2/10 of a measure of fine flour, mixed with 1/3 of a hin of oil. You will also present 1/3 of a hin of wine for a drink offering as a soothing smell for the Lord. When you offer a bull for an entirely burned offering, or a sacrifice to fulfill a solemn promise, or a well-being sacrifice to the Lord, you will present with the bull a grain offering of 3/10 of a measure of fine flour mixed with a half hin of oil. You will present a half hin of wine for a drink offering as a food gift that is a soothing smell to the Lord. So will it be done with each ox, each ram, or for any sheep or goat. However many you offer, you will do the same for each one. Every citizen will perform these rituals in bringing a food gift that is a soothing smell to the Lord. If an immigrant lives with you or has settled among you for many years and would also like to offer a food gift that is a soothing smell to the Lord, that person must do just as you do. The assembly will have the same regulation for you and for the immigrant. The regulation will be permanent for all time. You and the immigrant will be the same in the Lord's presence. There will be one set of instructions and one legal norm for the immigrant and for you. The Lord spoke to Moses, "Speak to the Israelites and say to them, when you enter the land to which I am bringing you, whenever you eat the land's food, you will present a gift offering to the Lord. You will present a gift offering from the first bread you bake, just like you present a gift offering from the threshing floor. You will give a gift offering from the first bread you bake for all time. If by accident you don't obey all these commands that the Lord spoke to Moses, or everything that the Lord commanded you through Moses from the day of the Lord's command onward for all time, then if it was done unintentionally without the knowledge of the community, the entire community must offer one bull from the herd as an entirely burned offering, a soothing smell to the Lord, with its grain and drink offering according to the specific instruction, and one male goat for a purification offering. The priest will seek reconciliation for the entire Israelite community. They will be forgiven because it was unintentional and because they brought their food gift to the Lord, along with their purification offering in the Lord's presence for their accidental error. The entire Israelite community and the immigrant residing among them will be forgiven because all the people acted unintentionally. If an individual sins unintentionally, that person must present a 1-year-old female goat for a purification offering. The priest will seek reconciliation in the Lord's presence for the person who sinned unintentionally, when the sin is an accident, seeking reconciliation so that person will be forgiven. There will be one set of instructions for the Israelite citizen and the immigrant residing with you, for anyone who commits an unintentional sin. But the person who acts deliberately, whether a citizen or an immigrant, and insults the Lord, that person will be cut off from the people for despising the Lord's word and breaking his commands. That person will be completely cut off and bear the guilt. When the Israelites were in the desert, they found a man gathering wood on the Sabbath day. Those who found him gathering wood brought him to Moses, Aaron, and the entire community. They placed him in custody because it wasn't clear what should be done to him. Then the Lord said to Moses, "The man should be put to death. The entire community should stone him outside the camp." The entire community took him outside the camp and stoned him. He died as the Lord had commanded Moses. The Lord said to Moses, "Speak to the Israelites and say to them, Make fringes on the edges of your clothing for all time. Have them put blue cords on the fringe on the edges. This will be your fringe. You will see it and remember all the Lord's commands and do them. Then you won't go exploring the lusts of your own heart or your eyes. In this way, you'll remember to do all my commands. Then you will be holy to your God. I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of the land of Egypt to be your God. I am the Lord your God.
I am Dennis Edwards, reading Numbers chapters 16, 17, and 18. Korah, Izhar's son, Kohath's grandson, and Levi's great-grandson, with Dathan and Abiram, Eliab's sons, and On, Peleth's son, descendants of Reuben, rose up against Moses, along with 250 Israelite men, leaders of the community, chosen by the assembly, men of reputation. They assembled against Moses and Aaron and said to them, "You've gone too far, because the entire community is holy, every last one of them, and the Lord is with them. Why then do you exalt yourselves above the Lord's assembly?" When Moses heard this, he fell on his face. He spoke to Korah and all his community. "In the morning, the Lord will make known who is his, who is holy, and who is able to approach him. The one he chooses for himself is the one who will be able to approach him. This is what must be done. Korah and your entire community, take censers for yourselves. Tomorrow, put fire in them and place incense on them in the Lord's presence. The man whom the Lord chooses, that one is holy. You Levites have gone too far." Moses said to Korah, "Listen, you Levites, isn't it enough for you that Israel's God has separated you from the Israelite community to allow you to approach him, to perform the service of the Lord's dwelling, and to serve before the community by ministering for them? He has allowed you and all your fellow Levites with you to approach him, yet you also seek the priesthood. Thus you and your entire community have assembled against the Lord. But Aaron, what is he that you complain about him?" Moses sent for Dathan and Abiram, Eliab's sons, but they said, "We won't come up. Isn't it enough that you've brought us up from a land full of milk and honey to kill us in the desert, so that you'd also dominate us? Moreover, you haven't brought us to a land full of milk and honey, nor given us the inheritance of field and vineyard. Would you also gouge out the eyes of these men? We won't come up." Moses became very angry and said to the Lord, "Pay no attention to their offering. I haven't taken a single donkey from them, nor have I wronged any one of them." Moses said to Korah, "You and your entire community should appear before the Lord tomorrow, you, they, and Aaron. Every person should take his censer, place incense on it, and present it before the Lord. Each person will carry his censer, 250 censers in all, including you and Aaron." Then every person took his censer, placed fire on it, put incense on it, and stood at the entrance of the meeting tent with Moses and Aaron. Korah gathered the entire community with them to the entrance of the meeting tent. Then the Lord's glory appeared to the entire community. The Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron, "Separate yourselves from this community so that I may consume them in a moment." They fell on their faces and said, "God, the God of all living things, if one person sins, should you become angry with the entire community?" The Lord said to Moses, "Speak to the community and say, 'Withdraw from around the dwellings of Korah, Dathan, and Abiram.'" Moses rose and went to Dathan and Abiram. Israel's elders followed him. He spoke to the community, "Move away from the tents of these wicked men and don't touch anything of theirs, lest you too be wiped out for all their sins." They withdrew from around the dwellings of Korah, Dathan, and Abiram. Then Dathan and Abiram came out and stood at the entrance of their tents with their wives, children, and little ones. Moses said, "By this you will know that the Lord sent me to do these deeds and that it wasn't my own desire. If all these people die a natural death, or if their fate be that of all humans, then the Lord hasn't sent me. But if the Lord performs an act of creation, and the ground opens its mouth and swallows them and everything that belongs to them, so that they descend alive to their graves, then you'll know that these men disrespected the Lord. As soon as he finished speaking these words, the ground under them split open. The earth opened its mouth and swallowed them and their households, including every human that belonged to Korah and all their possessions. They, along with their possessions, descended alive to their graves, and the earth closed over them. They perished in the middle of the assembly. All the Israelites who were around them fled at their cry, for they said, "The earth may swallow us." Then fire went out from the Lord and consumed the 250 men offering incense. The Lord spoke to Moses, "Tell Eleazar, Aaron the priest's son, to raise the censers from the fire and scatter the ashes about, because they are holy. Hammer the censers of those who sinned and lost their lives into thin plates for the altar. Since they presented them in the Lord's presence, they had become holy. They will be a sign for the Israelites." Eleazar the priest took the bronze censers presented by those who had been consumed by fire and hammered them into a covering for the altar, just as the Lord instructed him through Moses. This was a reminder for the Israelites that no outsider who isn't one of Aaron's descendants should approach to burn incense in the Lord's presence, so as not to be like Korah and his community. On the next day, the entire Israelite community complained to Moses and Aaron, "You killed the Lord's people." When the community assembled against Moses and Aaron, they turned toward the meeting tent. At that moment, the cloud covered it, and the Lord's glory appeared. Moses and Aaron came to the front of the meeting tent, and the Lord spoke to Moses, "Get away from this community, so that I may consume them in an instant." They fell on their faces. And Moses said to Aaron, "Take the censer, put fire from the altar on it, place incense on it, go quickly to the community and seek reconciliation for them. Indeed, the Lord's anger has gone out. The plague has begun." Aaron took it as Moses said and ran into the middle of the assembly, for the plague had already begun among the people. He burned incense and sought reconciliation for the people. He stood between the dead and the living, and the plague stopped. Those who died from the plague were 14,700, in addition to those who died because of Korah. Aaron returned to Moses at the entrance of the meeting tent once the plague stopped. The Lord spoke to Moses, "Speak to the Israelites and take from them a staff from each household, from each of the chiefs of their households, 12 staffs. Write each person's name on his staff. Write Aaron's name on Levi's staff, for there will be one staff for the leader of each household. Then you will place them in the meeting tent in front of the chest containing the covenant where I meet you. The staff of the person I choose will sprout. Then I will rid myself of the Israelites' complaints that they make against you." Moses spoke to the Israelites, and each of their chiefs gave him a staff, one staff for each chief and his household, 12 staffs, and the staff of Aaron was with their staffs. Moses placed the staffs before the Lord in the meeting tent. The next day, Moses entered the covenant tent, and Aaron's staff of Levi's household had sprouted. It grew shoots, produced blossoms, and bore almonds. Moses brought out all the staffs from the Lord's presence to the Israelites. They saw what happened, and each person took back his staff. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Return Aaron's staff in front of the chest containing the covenant to serve as a sign to the rebels, so that their complaints against me end and they don't die." Moses did exactly as the Lord commanded him. The Israelites said to Moses, "We are perishing. We are being destroyed. All of us are being destroyed. Anyone who approaches the Lord's dwelling will die. Are we doomed to perish?" The Lord said to Aaron, "You, your sons, and your household will bear the guilt of offenses connected with the sanctuary. You and your sons will bear the guilt of offenses connected with your priesthood. Bring with you your brothers from the tribe of Levi, your father's tribe, so that they can assist you and serve you and your sons before the covenant tent. They will perform their duties for you and the service for the entire tent, but they will not approach the holy equipment of the sanctuary or the altar, lest both they and you die. They will assist you and they will perform the duties of the meeting tent with regard to all the work of the tent. But no outsider may accompany you. You will perform the duties of the sanctuary and the altar. Then there will no longer be any anger against the Israelites. I have taken your brothers, the Levites, from the Israelites. They are a gift to you, dedicated to the Lord to perform the service of the meeting tent. You and your sons must perform the duties of your priesthood for all the matters of the altar and the area behind the curtain. I will give you your priestly service as a gift, but an outsider who approaches will die. The Lord spoke to Aaron. I now place you in charge of my gifts, including all the Israelites' sacred offerings. I have given them to you and your sons as an allowance. This is a permanent regulation. This is what belongs to you from the most holy offerings, from the offerings by fire, all their offerings, including their grain offerings, their purification offerings, and their compensation offerings. The most holy offerings that they bring to me will be yours and your sons. You will eat it as a most holy thing. Every male may eat it. It will be holy to you. This will also belong to you, your sons and your daughters. I'm giving you the gift offerings and all the Israelites' uplifted offerings. This is a permanent regulation. Anyone who is clean in your household may eat it. All the choice oil, new wine, and the grain's first harvest that they give to the Lord, I'm giving to you. The early produce of everything in their land which they bring to the Lord will be yours. Anyone who is clean in your household may eat it. Everything that is devoted to the Lord in Israel will be yours. Any oldest male from the womb of any living thing that is presented to the Lord, whether human or animal, will be yours. However, you will redeem the oldest males of humans and of unclean animals. Their redemption price from 1 month of age, you will calculate at 5 shekels of silver according to the sanctuary shekel, which is 20 gerahs. But the oldest offspring of a cow, sheep, or goat, you may not redeem. They are holy. You must dash their blood on the altar and turn their fat into smoke for a soothing smell to the Lord. But their meat is yours. It will be yours just as the breast of the uplifted offering and the right thigh are yours. All the holy gift offerings that the Israelites raised to the Lord, I have given to you, your sons, and your daughters. This is a permanent regulation. It is a covenant of salt, forever in the Lord's presence, for you and your descendants. The Lord said to Aaron, you will have no inheritance in their land, nor will you have a share among them. I am your share and your inheritance among the Israelites. I have given all the 1/10 portions in Israel to the Levites as an inheritance. They are a reward for performing their service in the meeting tent. The Israelites will no longer be able to approach the meeting tent, or they will be responsible for their sin and die. The Levites will perform the service of the meeting tent, and they will be responsible for their own sins. This is a permanent regulation for all time. But they will not inherit land among the Israelites, because I've given the Israelites 1/10 portion, which they have raised to the Lord as a gift offering, as an inheritance to the Levites. Therefore, I've said to them, they won't inherit land among the Israelites. The Lord spoke to Moses. Speak to the Levites and say to them, when you receive from the Israelites the 1/10 portion that I have given you from them as your inheritance, you must also present a gift offering to the Lord from it, a tenth from the 1/10 portion. It will be considered your gift offering, like the grain of the threshing floor and what fills the winepress. In this way, you will also present a gift offering to the Lord from all the 1/10 portions that you take from the Israelites. You will provide from it a gift offering to the Lord for Aaron the priest. You will present each gift offering to the Lord from all your gifts, from its best portions and its holiest parts. You will say to them, when you have presented the best portion, it will be considered for the Levites equivalent to the produce of the grain and the produce of the winepress. You and your household may eat it anywhere, because it is payment for your service in the meeting tent. You will not bear guilt after you have presented the best portion. But you must not make the sacred gifts of the Israelites impure on penalty of death.
Hi, I'm Marlene Bogard. I'm reading from Numbers, chapter 19. The Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron. This is the regulation in the instruction that the Lord commanded. Tell the Israelites that they must bring a red cow without defect, which is flawless and on which no yoke has been laid. You will give it to Eleazar the priest, and he will take it outside the camp and slaughter it in front of him. Eleazar the priest will take some of its blood with his finger and sprinkle it 7 times in front of the meeting tent. Then he will burn the cow in front of him, its skin, flesh, and blood with its dung. The priest will take cedar wood, hyssop, and crimson cloth and throw them into the fire where the cow is burning. Then the priest will wash his clothes and bathe his body in water. Afterward, the priest will enter the camp, but he will be unclean until evening. The one who burned the cow will wash his clothes in water and bathe his body in water, but he will be unclean until evening. A person who is clean will gather the ashes of the cow and place them outside the camp in a clean place. They will be kept for the water of purification for the Israelite community as a purification offering. The one who gathers the ashes of the cow will wash his clothes, but will be unclean until the evening. This will be a permanent regulation for the Israelites and for the immigrant who lives among them. The person who touches the dead body of any human will be unclean for 7 days. That person must be cleansed with water on the 3rd and 7th days to be clean. If he fails to be cleansed with water on the 3rd and 7th days, he will not be clean. Anyone who touches the body of a human who has died and doesn't cleanse himself defiles the Lord's dwelling. Such persons must be cut off from Israel because the water of purification wasn't sprinkled on them. They remain unclean. This is the instruction. When anyone dies in a tent, all who go into the tent and all who are in the tent are unclean for 7 days. Any open jar with the sealed cover on it is unclean. Anyone in the open field who touches a person slain by the sword, or who died naturally, or a human bone or a grave, will be unclean for 7 days. For the unclean person, they will take some of the ashes of the purification offering and place fresh water with it in a jar. Then a clean person will take hyssop, dip it in the water, and sprinkle it on the tent, on all the jars, on the people who were there, on anyone who touched the bone, the slain, the dead, or the grave. On the 3rd day and the 7th day, the clean person will sprinkle it on the unclean, so that he will have purified him on the 7th day. He will then wash his clothes, bathe in water, and be clean at evening. Any person who is unclean and didn't cleanse himself will be cut off from the assembly because he has defiled the Lord's sanctuary. He didn't have the water of purification sprinkled on him. He is unclean. This will be a permanent regulation for them. The one who sprinkles the water of purification will wash his own clothes. Anyone who touches the water of purification will be unclean until evening. Whoever the unclean person touches will be unclean, and the one who touches the unclean will be unclean until evening.
My name is Audrey Ratzlaff, and I will be reading from Numbers, chapters 20 and 21. In the first month, the entire Israelite community entered the Zin desert, and the people stayed at Kadesh. Miriam died there and was buried there. Now there was no water for the community, and they assembled against Moses and Aaron. Then the people confronted Moses and said to him, "If only we too had died when our brothers perished in the Lord's presence. Why have you brought the Lord's assembly into this desert to kill us and our animals here? Why have you led us up from Egypt to bring us to this evil place without grain, figs, vines, or pomegranates? And there's no water to drink." Moses and Aaron went away from the assembly to the entrance of the meeting tent, and they fell on their faces. Then the Lord's glory appeared to them. The Lord spoke to Moses, "You and Aaron your brother, take the staff and assemble the community. In their presence, tell the rock to provide water. You will produce water from the rock for them and allow the community and their animals to drink." Moses took the staff from the Lord's presence as the Lord had commanded him. Moses and Aaron gathered the assembly before the rock. He said to them, "Listen, you rebels. Should we produce water from the rock for you?" Then Moses raised his hand and struck the rock with his staff twice. Out flooded water so that the community and their animals could drink. The Lord said to Moses and Aaron, "Because you didn't trust me to show my holiness before the Israelites, you will not bring this assembly into the land that I am giving them." These were the waters of Meribah, where the Israelites confronted the Lord with controversy, and he showed his holiness to them. Moses sent messengers from Kadesh to the king of Edom. "This is what your brother Israel says. You know all the adversity that has happened to us, how our ancestors went down to Egypt and lived in Egypt for a long time. The Egyptians oppressed us as they had our ancestors, and we cried out to the Lord. He heard our voice, sent a messenger, and brought us out of Egypt. Now, here we are in Kadesh, a city on the edge of your border. Please let us cross through your land. We won't pass through any field or vineyard or drink water from any well. We will walk on the king's highway and not turn to the right or to the left until we have crossed your border." Edom said to him, "You won't cross through, or I will come out against you with a sword." The Israelites said to him, "We'll go up by the road. If we drink from your water, either we or our livestock will pay for it. It's a small matter. We would only ask to cross on foot." But he said, "You won't cross." Then Edom came out against them with a powerful army and a strong hand. Edom refused to allow Israel to cross his border, and Israel turned away from him. They marched from Kadesh. The entire Israelite community came to Mount Hor. The Lord said to Moses and Aaron at Mount Hor on the border of the land of Edom, "Aaron will join his ancestors, for he may not enter the land that I've given to the Israelites, because you rebelled against my command at the waters of Meribah. Take Aaron and his son Eleazar and bring them up Mount Hor. Strip Aaron of his clothes and put them on Eleazar his son. Then Aaron will die there." Moses did as the Lord commanded. They went up Mount Hor in the sight of the entire community. Moses stripped Aaron of his clothes and put them on Eleazar his son. Aaron died there at the top of the mountain. Then Moses and Eleazar descended from the mountain. When the entire community saw that Aaron had died, the entire household of Israel wept 30 days for Aaron. When the Canaanite king of Arad, who ruled in the arid southern plain, heard that the Israelites were coming on the Arathim road, he fought against Israel and took some of them captive. Then Israel made a solemn promise to the Lord and said, "If you give this people into our hands, we will completely destroy their city." The Lord heard the voice of Israel and handed the Canaanites over. They completely destroyed them and their cities, so the name of the place is called Hormah. They marched from Mount Hor on the Reed Sea road around the land of Edom. The people became impatient on the road. The people spoke against God and Moses. "Why did you bring us up out of Egypt to kill us in the desert, where there is no food or water, and we detest this miserable bread?" So the Lord sent poisonous snakes among the people, and they bit the people. Many of the Israelites died. The people went to Moses and said, "We've sinned, for we spoke against the Lord and you. Pray to the Lord so that he will send the snakes away from us." So Moses prayed for the people. The Lord said to Moses, "Make a poisonous snake and place it on a pole. Whoever is bitten can look at it and live." Moses made a bronze snake and placed it on a pole. If a snake bit someone, that person could look at the bronze snake and live. Then the Israelites marched, and they camped at Ovath. They marched from Ovath and camped at Le-Avarim in the desert on the border of Moab toward the east. From there, they marched and camped in the Zered ravine. From there, they marched and camped across the Arnon in the desert that extends from the border of the Amorites, for the Arnon was the border of Moab, between Moab and the Amorites. For this reason, the scroll of the Lord's wars says, "Vahav in Suphah and the ravines, the Arnon and the ravines that extend to the settlement of Ar and lie along the border of Moab." From there, they marched to Beer, the well where the Lord said to Moses, "Gather the people, and I'll give them water." Then the Israelites sang this song, "Well, flow up, sing about it. The well that the officials dug, that the officials of the people hollowed out with the ruler's scepter and their staffs." They marched from the desert to Mattanah, from Mattanah to Nealiel, from Nealiel to Bamoth, from Bamoth to the valley in the Moabite countryside, to the top of Pisgah, overlooking Yeshimon. Then the Israelites sent messengers to Sihon the Amorite king. "Let us pass through your land. We won't turn aside into a field or vineyard. We won't drink water from a well. We will walk on the king's highway until we cross your border." But Sihon wouldn't allow the Israelites to cross his border. Sihon gathered all his people and went out to meet the Israelites in the desert. When he came to Jahaz, he attacked the Israelites. The Israelites struck him down with their swords and took possession of his land from the Arnon to the Jebuk, as far as the Ammonites, for the border of the Ammonites was fortified. The Israelites took all these cities. Then the Israelites settled in all the cities of the Amorites, in Heshbon and all its villages. Now Heshbon was the city of Sihon the Amorite king, who had fought against the former king of Moab. He had taken all his land from him as far as the Arnon. Therefore, the poets say, "Come to Heshbon, let it be built. Let the city of Sihon be established. Fire went out from Heshbon, flame from Sihon's city. It consumed Ar of Moab and swallowed up the shrines of the Arnon. You are doomed, Moab. You are destroyed, people of Chemosh. He gave his sons as fugitives and his daughters as captives to the Amorite king Sihon. Yet we have thrown them down, destroying them from Heshbon to Dibon. We brought ruin until Nophah, which is by Medeba." Israel settled in the land of the Amorites. Moses sent spies to Yazir. They captured its villages and took possession of the Amorites who were there. Then they turned and ascended the road of Bashan. Og, Bashan's king, came out at Eldrai to meet them in battle, he and all his people. The Lord said to Moses, "Don't be afraid of him, for I have handed over all his people and his land. Do to him as you did to Sihon the Amorite king, who ruled in Heshbon."
Hi, I'm Janet Plenert, and I live in Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada, and I will be reading Numbers chapter 22 and 23. The Israelites marched and camped in the plains of Moab, across the Jordan from Jericho. Balak, Zippor's son, saw everything that the Israelites did to the Amorites. The Moabites greatly feared the people, for they were so numerous. The Moabites were terrified of the Israelites. The Moabites said to the elders of Midian, "Now this assembly will devour everything around us, as an ox eats up the grass in the field." Balak, Zippor's son, was the king of Moab at that time. He sent messengers to Balaam, Beor's son, at Pethor, which is by the river in the land of his people, to summon him. "A people has come out of Egypt, and they have now covered the land. They have settled next to me. Now please come and curse this people for me, because they are stronger than I am. Perhaps I'll be able to destroy them and drive them from the land. For I know that whomever you bless is blessed, and whomever you curse is cursed." So the elders of Moab and Midian went with the payment for divination in their hands. They came to Balaam, and they told him Balak's words. He said to them, "Spend the night here, and I'll bring back to you a word, exactly as the Lord speaks to me." So the officials of Moab stayed with Balaam. God came to Balaam and said, "Who are these men with you?" Balaam said to God, "Moab's king Balak, Zippor's son, sent them to me with the message, 'A people has come out of Egypt and covered the land. Now come and curse them for me. Perhaps I'll be able to fight against them and drive them out.'" God said to Balaam, "Don't go with them. Don't curse the people, because they are blessed." Then Balaam rose in the morning and said to Balak's officials, "Go to your land, for the Lord has refused to allow me to go with you." The officials of Moab arose and they went to Balak, and they said, "Balaam refused to come with us." Balak continued to send other officials, more numerous and more important than these. They came to Balaam and said to him, "This is what Balak, Zippor's son, says. Please let nothing hold you back from coming to me, for I'll greatly honor you, and I'll do anything you ask of me. Please come and curse this people for me." Balaam answered and said to Balak's servants, If Balak were to give me his house full of silver and gold, I wouldn't be able to do anything, great or small, to break the command of the Lord my God. Now you must also remain the night here, so that I may know what else the Lord may say to me. God came to Balaam in the night and said to him, If the men have come to summon you, arise and go with them, but you must do only what I tell you to do. So Balaam arose in the morning, saddled his donkey, and went with the officials of Moab. Then God became angry because he went. So while he was riding on his donkey accompanied by his 2 servants, the Lord's messenger stood in the road as his adversary. The donkey saw the Lord's messenger standing in the road with his sword drawn in his hand. So the donkey turned from the road and went into the field. Balaam struck the donkey in order to turn him onto the road. Then the Lord's messenger stood in the narrow path between the vineyards with a stone wall on each side. When the donkey saw the Lord's messenger, it leaned against the wall and squeezed Balaam's foot against the wall, so he continued to beat it. The Lord's messenger persisted and crossed over and stood in a narrow place where it wasn't possible to turn either right or left. The donkey saw the Lord's messenger and lay down underneath Balaam. Balaam became angry and beat the donkey with the rod. Then the Lord opened the donkey's mouth, and it said to Balaam, What have I done to you that you have beaten me these 3 times? Balaam said to the donkey, Because you tortured me. If I had a sword in my hand, I'd kill you now. The donkey said to Balaam, Am I not your donkey, on whom you've often ridden to this day? Have I been in the habit of doing this to you? Balaam said, No. Then the Lord uncovered Balaam's eyes, and Balaam saw the Lord's messenger standing in the road with his sword drawn in his hand. Then he bowed low and worshipped. The Lord's messenger said to him, Why have you beaten your donkey these 3 times? I've come out here as an adversary because you took the road recklessly in front of me. The donkey saw me and turned away from me these 3 times. If it hadn't turned away from me, I would have killed you and let it live. Balaam said to the Lord's messenger, I've sinned because I didn't know that you were standing against me in the road. Now, if you think it's wrong, I'll just go back. The Lord's messenger said to Balaam, Go with the men, but don't say anything. Only say that which I tell you. So Balaam went with Balak's officials. When Balak heard that Balaam was coming, he went out to meet him at Moab, which is on the border of Aranon at the furthest point of the border. Balak said to Balaam, Didn't I urgently send and summon you? Why didn't you come to me? Am I not really able to honor you? Balaam and Balak said to Balak, Now I've come to you, but I'm only able to speak whatever word God gives me to say. That is what I will speak. Then Balaam went with Balak, and they came to Kiriath-Huzoth. Balak sacrificed oxen and sheep and sent them to Balaam and the officials who were with him. In the morning, Balak took Balaam and brought him up to Barmoth Baal, where he could see part of the people. Balaam said to Balak, Build me 7 altars here, and prepare for me 7 bulls and 7 rams. Balak did as Balaam had said. Then Balak and Balaam offered a bull and a ram on each altar. Balaam said to Balak, Stay by your entirely burned offering. I will go, and perhaps the Lord will grant me an appearance and speak. Whatever he shows me, I will tell you. And then he went off to a high outlook. God granted Balaam an appearance, and Balaam said to him, I have arranged 7 altars, and I have sacrificed a bull and a ram on each altar. The Lord gave Balaam something to say and said to him, Return to Balak and say this. Balaam returned to him while he and all the officials of Moab were standing next to his entirely burned offering. Then he raised his voice and made his address. From Aram Balak led me, the king of Moab, from the eastern mountains. Come, curse Jacob for me. Come, denounce Israel. How can I curse whom God hasn't cursed? How can I denounce whom God hasn't denounced? From the top of the rocks I see him. From the hills I gaze on him. Here is a people living alone. It doesn't consider itself among the nations. Who can count the dust of Jacob or the number a fourth of Israel? Let me die here the death of those who do right, and let my end be like his. Then Balak said to Balaam, What have you done to me? I took you to curse my enemy, but now you've blessed him. He answered and said, Don't I have to take care to speak whatever the Lord gives me to say? Then Balak said to Balaam, Come with me, please, to another place where you'll see them. You'll see only part of them. You won't see all of them. Then curse them for me from here. He took him to the field of Zophim, to the top of Pisgah. He built 7 altars and offered a bull and a ram on each altar. Then Balaam said to Balak, Stand here by your entirely burned offering while I seek an appearance over there. The Lord granted Balaam an appearance and gave him a message and said, Return to him and say this. Balaam approached Balak, who was standing by his entirely burned offering with the officials of Moab. Balak said to him, What did the Lord say? Then Balaam raised his voice and made this address. Arise, Balak, and listen. Hear me out, Zippor's son. God isn't a man that he would lie, or a human being that he would change his mind. Has he ever spoken and not done it, or promised and not fulfilled it? I received a blessing and he blessed. I can't take it back. He hasn't envisioned misfortune for Jacob, nor has he seen trouble for Israel. The Lord his God is with him, proclaimed as his king. God, who brought them out of Egypt, is like a magnificent wild bull for him. There is no omen against Jacob, no divination against Israel. Instantly, it is told to Jacob and to Israel what God performs. A people now rises like a lioness. Like a lion, it stands up. It doesn't lie down until it eats the prey and drinks the blood of the slain. Then Balak said to Balaam, Don't curse them or bless them. But Balaam answered and said to Balak, Didn't I say to you, I'll do whatever the Lord tells me to. Balak then said to Balaam, Please come, and I'll take you to another place. Perhaps God will prefer it so that you could curse him for me from there. So Balak took Balaam to the top of Peor, which overlooks Jeshimon. Balaam said to Balak, Build me 7 altars here, and prepare for me 7 bulls and 7 rams. Balak did just as Balaam said. He offered a bull and a ram on each altar.
I am Rita Halteman Finger, and I will be reading Numbers 24 and 25. Balaam saw that it pleased the Lord to bless the Israelites, so he didn't go to the other times to seek omens. Instead, he turned toward the desert. Balaam looked up and saw Israel camping by tribes. Then God's Spirit came on him, He raised his voice and made his address. The oracle of Balaam, Beor's son, the oracle of a man whose eye is open, the oracle of one who hears God's speech, who perceives the Almighty's visions, who falls down with eyes uncovered. How beautiful are your tents, Jacob, your camps, Israel, like palm groves that stretch out, like gardens next to a river, like eaglewood trees that the Lord has planted, like cedar trees next to water. Water will drop from his branches. His seed will have plenty of water. His king will be higher than Agag, and his kingdom will be lifted up. God, who brought him from Egypt, is like a magnificent wild bull for him. He will devour enemy nations and break their bones. He will strike with his arrows. He crouched and lay down like a lion, like a lioness. Who can make her rise? The one blessing you will be blessed, and the one cursing you will be cursed. Balak was angry with Balaam. He pounded his fists. Balak said to Balaam, I summoned you to curse my enemies, but now you've given a blessing these 3 times. Now get out of here and go home. I told you I'd greatly honor you, but the Lord has denied you any honor. Balaam said to Balak, didn't I tell your messengers whom you sent to me, if Balak would give me his house full of silver and gold, I wouldn't be able to break the Lord's command for good or ill by my own will. I'll say whatever the Lord says. So now I'm going to my people. Let me advise you what this people will do to your people in the days to come. He raised his voice and made his address. The oracle of Balaam, Beor's son. The oracle of a man whose eye is open. The oracle of one who hears God's speech and understands the Most High's knowledge. Who perceives the Almighty's visions, who falls down with eyes uncovered. I see him, but not now. I look at him, but not nearby. A star comes from Jacob. A scepter arises from Israel, smashing Moab's forehead, the head of all the Sethites. Edom will become a possession, Seir a possession of its enemies, but Israel acts powerfully. Someone from Jacob will rule and destroy the survivors from Ir. He looked at Amalek and raised his voice and gave his address. Amalek is foremost among the nations, but its end is to perish forever. He looked at the Kenites and raised his voice and gave his address. Your dwelling is secure. Your nest is set in the rock. Yet Cain will burn where Asher takes you away captive. When Asher takes you away captive. He raised his voice and made his address. How terrible! Who will live when God does this? Ships from Kittim will attack Ashur. They will attack Eber, and even he will perish forever. Then Balaam arose, set out, and returned home. Balak also went on his way. Chapter 25. Israelites and Moabites intermarry. When the Israelites lived at Shittim, the people made themselves impure by having illicit sex with Moabite women. The Moabite women invited the people to the sacrifices for their God. So the people ate a meal and they worshiped their God. Israel became attached to the Baal of Peor, and the Lord was angry at the Israelites. The Lord said to Moses, "Take all the leaders of the people and kill them on behalf of, of the Lord in broad daylight, so that the Lord's anger turns away from Israel." Then Moses said to Israel's officials, "Each of you kill your men who are attached to the Baal of Peor." An Israelite man brought a Midianite woman to his brothers in the sight of Moses and the entire Israelite community, who were weeping at the entrance of the meeting tent. When Phinehas, Eleazar's son, and Aaron, the priest's grandson, saw this, he arose in the middle of the community, took a spear in his hand, went after the Israelite man into the chamber, and stabbed the two of them, the Israelite man and the woman, through the stomach. Then the plague stopped spreading among the Israelites. Yet those who died by the plague numbered 24,000. The Lord spoke to Moses, "Phinehas has turned back my rage toward the Israelites because he was jealous for me among you. I didn't consume the Israelites due to my jealousy. Therefore, say, I'm now giving him my covenant of well-being. It will be for him and his descendants a covenant of permanent priesthood, because he was jealous for his God and sought reconciliation for the Israelites. The name of the slain Israelite man who was killed with the Midianite woman was Zimri, the son of Salu, chief of Simeon's household. The name of the slain Midianite woman was Cosbi, the daughter of Zur, a tribal leader of a Midianite household. The Lord spoke to Moses, "Go after the Midianites and destroy them, because they went after you by the deception they devised for you at Peor with Cosbi, the Midianite chief's daughter, and their sister, who was killed on the same day as the plague during the events at Peor."
My name is Michelle Bowman. I'm reading Numbers chapter 26 and Numbers chapter 27. After the plague, the Lord said to Moses and Eleazar, Aaron the priest's son, "Take a census of the entire Israelite community, from 20 years old and above, by their households, to determine everyone in Israel who is eligible for military service." Moses and Eleazar the priest spoke to the people on the plains of Moab by the Jordan opposite Jericho. "Take a census of those 20 years old and above, as the Lord commanded Moses." The Israelites who left the land of Egypt were Reuben, Israel's oldest son. Reuben's descendants from Hanak, the Hanakite clan, from Palu, the Paluite clan, from Hezron, the Hezronite clan, from Carmi, the Carmite clan. These are the Reubenite clans. Their enrollment was 43,730. Palu's descendants, Eliab's descendants, Namuel, Dathan, and Abiram. These are the Dathan and Abiram chosen by the community who fought against Moses and Aaron with the community of Korah when they fought against the Lord. The earth opened its mouth and swallowed them, along with Korah, when the community died and the fire devoured 250 people. They became a warning sign, but Korah's descendants didn't die. Simeon's descendants, according to their clans, from Nemuel, the Nemulite clan, from Jamin, the Jaminite clan, from Jachin, the Jachinite clan, from Zerah, the Zerahite clan, from Shaul, the Shaulite clan. These are the Simeonite clans, 22,200. Gad's descendants, according to their clans, from Zephram, the Zephronite clan, from Haggai, the Haggite clan, from Shunai, the Shunite clan, from Ozni, the Ozni clan, from Eri, the Erite clan, from Arad, the Aradite clan, from Areli, the Arelite clan. These are the Gadite clans. Their enrollment was 40,500. Judah's descendants, Er and Onan. Er and Onan died in the land of Canaan. Judah's descendants, according to their clans, from Shelah, the Shelonite clan, from Perez, the Perezite clan, from Serah, the Serahite clan. Perez's descendants, from Hezron, the Hezronite clan, from Hamul, the Hamulite clan. These are the Judahite clans. Their enrollment was 76,500. Issachar's descendants, according to their clans, from Tola, the Tolite clan, from Puva, the Punite clan, from Jashub, the Jashabite clan, from Shimron, the Shimonite clan. These are the Issacharite clans. Their enrollment was 64,300. Zebulun's descendants, according to their clans, from Sered, the Seredite clan, from Elon, the Elonite clan, from Jaliel, the Jalielite clan. These are the Zebulite clans. Their enrollment was 60,500. Joseph's descendants, according to their clans, Manasseh and Ephraim. Manasseh's descendants, from Machir, the Machirite clan. Machir fathered Gilead. From Gilead, the Gileadite clan. These are Gilead's descendants. From Eleazar, the Erezite clan. From Helek, the Helekite clan. From Asriel, the Asrielite clan. From Shechem, the Shechemite clan. From Shemida, the Shemidite clan. And from Hefer, the Heferite clan. But Zelophehad, Hefer's son, had no sons, only daughters. The names of Zelophehad's daughters were Mala, Noah, Hoglah, Milcah, and Tirzah. These are the Manassite clans. Their enrollment was 52,700. These are Ephraim's descendants, according to their clans. From Shuthelah, the Shuthelahite clan. From Becher, the Becherite clan. From Tahan, the Tahanite clan. These are Shuthelah's enrollments. These are Shuthelah's descendants. From Iran, the Iranite clan. These are Ephraim's descendants. Their enrollment was 32,500. These are Joseph's descendants, according to their clans. Benjamin's descendants, according to their clans. From Bela, the Belite clan. From Ashbel, the Ashbelite clan. From Ahiram, the Ahiramite clan. From Shufam, the Shufamite clan. From Hufam, the Huphamite clan. Bela's descendants were Ard and Naaman. From Ard, the Ardite clan. From Naaman, the Naamite clan. These are Benjamin's descendants according to their clans. Their enrollment was 45,600. These are Dan's descendants according to their clans. From Shuham, the Shuhamite clan. These are the Danite clans according to their clans. All the Shuhamite clans, according to their enrollment, were 64,400. Asher's descendants, according to their clans, from Emna, the Emanite clan, from Ishvi, the Ishvite clan, from Beriah, the Baarite clan. From Beriah's descendants, from Heber, the Heberite clan. From Machiel, the Machielite clan. The name of Asher's daughter was Sarah. These are the clans of Asher's descendants. Their enrollment was 53,400. Naphtali's descendants, according to their clans, from Jasiel, the Jasielite clan. From Gunai, the Gunite clan. From Jaser, the Jaserite clan. From Shelam, the Shelamite clan. These are Naphtali's clans according to their clans. Their enrollment was 45,500. These are the ones enrolled as Israelites, 601,730. The Lord spoke to Moses, the land will be a portion. The land will be apportioned to these as an inheritance according to the number of names. To a large clan, you will give a large inheritance, and to a small clan, you will give a small inheritance. Each will be given its inheritance according to the number of its enrollment. The land, however, will be apportioned by lot. They will inherit according to the names of their ancestral tribes. Whether they are large or small, each tribe will inherit by means of lot. These are the ones enrolled as Levites according to their clans. From Gershon, the Gershonite clan. From Kohath, the Kohathite clan. From Merari, the Merarite clan. These are the Levite clans: the Libnite clan, the Hebronite clan, the Malite clan, the Mushite clan, the Korite clan. Now Kohath fathered Amram. The name of Amram's wife was Joshabel. The name of Amram's wife was Jochebed, Levi's daughter, who was born to Levi in Egypt. She gave birth for Amram to Aaron. She gave birth for Amram to Aaron, Moses, and Moriah. She gave birth for Amram to Aaron, Moses, and Miriam, their sister. To Aram were born Nadab and Abihu, Eleazar and Ithamar. Nadab and Abihu died when they made an unauthorized offering to the Lord. Their enrollment was 23,000, consisting of every male 1 month old and above. They weren't enrolled with the Israelites because no inheritance of land was given to them among the Israelites. These are the ones whom Moses and Eleazar the priest enrolled. They enrolled the Israelites on the plains of Moab by the Jordan, opposite Jericho. There wasn't one person among these from those enrolled by Moses and Aaron the priest when they enrolled the Israelites in the Sinai desert. The Lord said to them, "They will die in the desert. Not one of them remained except Caleb, Jephunneh's son, and Joshua, Nun's son." Numbers 27. The daughters of Zelophehad, Hepher's son, Gilead's grandson, Machir's great-grandson, and Manasseh's great-great-grandson, belonging to the clan of Manasseh, son of Joseph, came forward. His daughters' names were Mahlah, Noah, Hoglah, Milcah, and Tirzah. They stood before Moses, Eleazar the priest, the chiefs, and the entire community at the entrance of the meeting tent and said, "Our father died in the desert. He wasn't part of the community who gathered against the Lord with Korah's community. He died for his own sin, but he had no sons. Why should our father's name be taken away from his clan because he didn't have a son? Give us property among our father's brothers." Moses brought their case before the Lord. The Lord said to Moses, "Zelophehad's daughters are right in what they're saying. By all means, give them property as an inheritance among their father's brothers. Hand over their father's inheritance to them. Speak to the Israelites and say, if a man dies and does not have a son, you must hand his inheritance over to his daughters. If he doesn't have a daughter, you will give his inheritance to his brothers. If he doesn't have any brothers, you should give his inheritance to his father's brothers. If his father had no brothers, you should give his inheritance to the nearest relative from his clan. He will take possession of it. This will be the regulation and case law for the Israelites, as the Lord commanded Moses." The Lord said to Moses, "Go up this mountain, Abarim, and look at the land that I have given to the Israelites. You will see it and then join your ancestors just as Aaron your brother has. Because in the Zin desert, when the community confronted you, you rebelled against my command to show them my holiness by means of water. These are the waters of Meribah and Kadesh in the Zin desert. Moses spoke to the Lord. Let the Lord, the God of all living things, appoint someone over the community who will go out before them and return before them, someone who will lead them out and bring them back, so that the Lord's community won't be like sheep without their shepherd. The Lord said to Moses, take Joshua, Nun's son, a man who has the Spirit, and lay your hand on him. Place him before Eleazar the priest and the entire community and commission him before them. You will give him some of your power so that the entire Israelite community may obey. He will stand before Eleazar the priest, who will determine for him the decision by lot before the Lord. At his command, he and all the Israelites with him, the entire community, will go out, and at his command they will return. Moses did as the Lord commanded him. He took Joshua and placed him before Eleazar the priest and the entire community. He laid his hands on him and commissioned him as the Lord had spoken through Moses.
Hi there. I'm Frank Ramirez, and I'll be reading from Numbers 28 and 29. The Lord spoke to Moses. Command the Israelites to say to them, make sure to offer me my offering, my food gift, as a soothing smell to me at its appointed time. You will say to them, this is the food gift that you must present to the Lord. 2 flawless 1-year-old lambs as the regular entirely burned offering every day. 1 lamb you will offer in the morning and the second at twilight, with 1/10 of an ephah of fine flour for a grain offering mixed with 1/4 of a hin of beaten oil. It is the regular entirely burned offering begun at Mount Sinai, a food gift that is a soothing smell to the Lord. Their drink offering will be 1/4 of a hin for each lamb. In the sanctuary, a drink offering of brandy will be poured out for the Lord. The second lamb you will offer at twilight, like the grain offering and the drink offering in the morning. You will offer a food gift that is a soothing smell to the Lord. On the Sabbath day, 2 flawless 1-year-old male lambs and 2/10 of fine flour for a grain offering mixed with oil and its drink offering. This is the entirely burned offering for every Sabbath, in addition to the regularly entirely burned offering and its drink offering. At the beginning of every month, you will present an entirely burned offering to the Lord. 2 bulls from the herd, 1 ram, and 7 1-year-old male lambs, all flawless. Use 3/10 of fine flour for a grain offering mixed with oil for each bull, 2/10 of fine flour for a grain offering mixed with oil for each ram, and 1/10 of fine flour for a grain offering mixed with oil for each lamb. It is an entirely burned offering with a soothing smell, a food gift to the Lord. Their drink offerings will be 1/2 a hin of wine for the bull, 1/3 a hin of wine for the ram, and 1/4 a hin of wine for a lamb. This is the monthly entirely burned offering for every month through the months of the year. There will be 1 male goat for a purification offering to the Lord, in addition to the regularly entirely burned offering and its drink offering. On the 14th day of the first month, there will be a Passover offering to the Lord. On the 15th day of this month, there will be a festival. For 7 days, unleavened bread will be eaten. The first day will be a holy occasion. You will not do any job-related work. You will bring a food gift, an entirely burnt offering to the Lord. 2 bulls from the herd, 1 ram, and 7 male lambs 1 year old. They will be flawless. Their grain offering will be fine flour mixed with oil. You will offer 3/10 for the bull, 2/10 for the ram, and 1/10 for each of the 7 lambs, along with 1 male goat for a purification offering to seek reconciliation for yourselves. You will offer these in addition to the entirely burned offering of the morning. which is the regular entirely burned offering. Like these, you will also offer each day for 7 days a food gift as a soothing smell to the Lord. It will be offered in addition to the regular entirely burned offering and its drink offering. The 7th day will be a holy occasion for you. You will not do any job-related work. The days of the early produce, when you present your new grain offering to the Lord at the Festival of Weeks, will be a holy occasion for you. You will not do any job-related work. You will present an entirely burned offering as a soothing smell to the Lord. 2 bulls from the herd, 1 ram, and 7 male lambs, 1 year old. Their grain offering will be fine flour mixed with oil, 3/10 for each bull, 2/10 for the 1 ram, and 1/10 for each of the 7 lambs. Offer 1 male goat to seek reconciliation for yourselves. You will offer these in addition to the regular entirely burned offering, its grain offering, and drink offerings. They will be flawless. Chapter 29. The first day of the 7th month will be a holy occasion for you. You will not do any job-related work. It will be for you a day of the trumpet sound. You will offer an entirely burned offering as a soothing smell to the Lord. 1 bull from the herd, 1 ram, and 7 male lambs, 1 year old, all flawless. Their grain offerings will be fine flour mixed with oil, 3/10 for the bull, 2/10 for the ram, and 1/10 for each of the 7 lambs. There will be 1 male goat for a purification offering to seek reconciliation for yourselves. This is in addition to the entirely burned offering of the new moon with its grain offering, and the regularly entirely burned offering with its grain offering and drink offerings as prescribed. It will be a soothing smell, a food gift to the Lord. The 10th day of the 7th month will be a holy occasion for you. You will deny yourself and not do any work. You will present an entirely burned offering to the Lord as a soothing smell. 1 bull from the herd, 1 ram, and 7 male lambs, 1 year old. They will be flawless. This grain offering will be fine flour mixed with oil, 3/10 for the bull, 2/10 for the 1 ram, and 1/10 for each of the 7 lambs. There will be 1 male goat for a purification offering in addition to the purification offering of reconciliation and the entirely burned offering with its grain offering and drink offerings. The 15th day of the 7th month will be a holy occasion for you. You will not do any job-related work. You will celebrate a festival to the Lord for 7 days. You will present an entirely burned offering, a food gift as a soothing smell to the Lord, 13 bulls from the herd, 2 rams, and 14 male lambs, 1 year old. They will be flawless. Their grain offering will be fine flour mixed with oil, 3/10 for each of the 13 bulls, 2/10 for each of the 2 rams, and 1/10 for each of the 14 lambs. There will be 1 male goat for a purification offering in addition to the regularly burned offering with its grain offering and its drink offering. On the 2nd day, 2 bulls from the herd, 2 rams, and 14 male lambs, 1 year old, all flawless. The grain offering and the drink offering for the bulls, rams, and lambs will be as prescribed for their number. There will be 1 male goat for a purification offering in addition to the regular entirely burned offering with its grain offering and drink offerings. On the 3rd day, 11 bulls, 2 rams, and 14 male lambs, 1 year old, all flawless. The grain offerings and the drink offering for the bulls, rams, and lambs will be as prescribed for their number. There will be 1 male goat for a purification offering in addition to the regular entirely burned offering with its grain offering and drink offering. On the 4th day, 10 bulls, 2 rams, and 14 male lambs, 1 year old, all flawless. The grain offering and the drink offering for the bulls, rams, and lambs will be as prescribed for their number. There will be 1 male goat for a purification offering in addition to the regularly entirely entirely burnt offering with its grain offering and drink offering. On the 5th day, 9 bulls, 2 rams, and 14 male lambs, 1 year old, all flawless. The grain offering and their drink offerings for the bulls, rams, and lambs will be as prescribed for their number. There will be 1 male goat for a purification offering in addition to the regular, entirely burnt offering with its grain offering and drink offering. On the 6th day, 8 bulls, 2 rams, and 14 male lambs, 1 year old, all flawless. The grain offering and their drink offerings for the bulls, rams, and lambs will be as prescribed for their number. There will be 1 male goat for a purification offering in addition to the regular, entirely burnt offering with its grain offering and drink offerings. On the 7th day, 7 bulls, 2 rams, and 14 male lambs, 1 year old, all flawless. The grain offering and their drink offerings for the bulls, rams, and lambs will be as prescribed for their number. There will be 1 male goat for a purification offering in addition to the regular, entirely burnt offering with its grain offering and its drink offering. On the 8th day, you will have a holiday. You will not do any job-related work. You will present an entirely burnt offering, a food gift as a soothing smell to the Lord. 1 bull, 1 ram, and 7 male lambs, 1 year old, all without blemish. The grain offering and their drink offerings for the bull, ram, and lambs will be as prescribed for their number. There will be 1 male goat for a purification offering in addition to the regular, entirely burnt offering with its grain offering and its drink offering. These you will offer to the Lord at your appointed times in addition to your payments for solemn promises, your spontaneous gifts, your entirely burnt offerings, your grain offerings, your drink offerings, and your well-being sacrifices. Moses told the Israelites everything that the Lord commanded Moses.
Ian Kleinsausser. Numbers chapter 30 and 31. Solemn promises by men. Moses spoke to the leaders of the tribes of the Israelites. This is what the Lord has commanded. When a man makes a solemn promise to the Lord or swears a solemn pledge of binding obligation for himself, he cannot break his word. He must do everything he said. Solemn promises by women. When a woman makes a solemn promise to the Lord or a binding obligation while she is young and in her father's household, and her father hears her solemn promise or her binding obligation for herself and keeps silent, then all her solemn promises and any of her binding obligations for herself will stand. But if her father expresses disapproval to her on the day that he hears her, none of her solemn promises nor any of her binding obligations for herself will stand. The Lord will forgive her because her father expressed disapproval to her. If she marries while her solemn promise is in effect or makes a statement by which she binds herself, and her husband hears it, and on the day he hears it, keeps silent, her solemn promise will stand as well as her binding obligation for herself. But if on the day that her husband hears it, he expresses disapproval to her, he can break her solemn promise and the statement by which she bound herself. Then the Lord will forgive her. Every solemn promise of a widow or a divorced woman who makes a binding obligation for herself will stand. If a woman makes a solemn promise in her husband's household or makes a binding obligation for herself with a solemn pledge, and her husband hears, keeps silent, and doesn't express disapproval to her, then all her solemn promises will stand, and all her binding obligations for herself will stand. If her husband breaks them on the day he hears them, then whatever she said with regard to her solemn promises or the binding obligations for herself will not stand. Her husband has broken them. The Lord will forgive her. Her husband may allow any solemn promise or any binding pledge of self-denial to stand or to be broken. But if her husband keeps silent from one day to the next, he has upheld all her solemn promises or all her binding obligations. He has upheld them because he remained silent on the day he heard them. If he breaks them after he has heard them, he will assume her guilt. These are the regulations that the Lord commanded Moses concerning a husband and his wife, and between a father and his daughter, while she is young and in her father's household. Chapter 31. War against the Midianites. The Lord spoke to Moses, "Take just reparations for the Israelites from the Midianites. Afterwards, you will join your ancestors." Moses spoke to the people, "Equip some of your men for battle, so that they may go against Midian and execute the Lord's judgment or punishment against Midian. You will send out for battle 1,000 from each of the tribes of Israel. From the thousands of Israel, 1,000 from each tribe were selected. 12,000 were equipped for battle. Moses sent them to battle, 1,000 from each tribe, along with Phinehas, Eleazar, the priest's son, who carried the sanctuary equipment and the trumpets for sounding the alarm in his hand. They battled against Midian as the Lord had commanded Moses, and they killed every male. They killed the kings of Midian, Abi, Rechem, Zur, Hur, and Reba, the 5 kings of Midian, along with others slain. They also killed Balaam, Beor's son, with the sword. The Israelites took captive the Midianite women, their little ones, all their cattle, their herds, and their possessions. They burned all the cities where they lived and their encampments. They took all the spoils of war and the valuable property, both human and animal, and they brought the captives, the valuable property, and the spoils of war to Moses, Eleazar, the priest, and the Israelite community at the camp on the plains of Moab by the Jordan across from Jericho. Purification from war. Moses, Eleazar, the priest, and the chiefs of the community went to meet them outside the camp. Moses became angry with the commanders of the army, the officers of thousands and the officers of hundreds who came back from the battle. Moses said to them, "Have you let all the women live? These very women, on Balaam's advice, made the Israelites break faith with the Lord in the affair at Peor. So there was a plague among the Lord's community. Now kill every male child and every female who has known a man intimately by sleeping with him. But all the young girls who have not known a man intimately by sleeping with him, spare for yourselves. You will remain outside the camp for 7 days. Everyone among you, or your captives, who has killed a person or touched a corpse, must purify themselves on the 3rd and 7th day. You must also purify every garment and everything made of leather, goat's hair, or wood." Instructions about the spoils of war. Eleazar, the priest, said to the men of battle who had gone out to war, "This is the regulation in the instruction that the Lord commanded Moses. Gold, silver, copper, iron, tin, and lead. Anything that can withstand fire, you will put through the fire, and it will be clean. It will also be purified with water of purification. Anything that isn't able to withstand fire, you will immerse in water. You must wash your clothes on the 7th day, and you will be clean. Afterwards, you may enter the camp." The Lord said to Moses, "You, Eleazar, the priest, and the leaders of the community's households must take an inventory of the valuable property and the captives, both human and animal, and divide the valuable property between the warriors who went into battle and the entire community. You will offer as tribute to the Lord for each warrior who went into battle one living being and 500, whether human, oxen, donkeys, or flocks. Take it from the warrior's half and give it to Eleazar the priest as a gift offering to the Lord. But from the Israelites' half, you will take one out of every fifth, whether from human, oxen, donkey, or flock, all the animals. You will give them to the Levites who carry out the duties of the Lord's dwelling. Moses and Eleazar, the priest, did as the Lord commanded Moses. The valuable property remaining from the spoils of war that the people of the army had taken was 675,000 sheep, 72,000 oxen, 61,000 donkeys, and 32,000 women who hadn't known a man intimately by sleeping with him. The half share of those who had gone out to battle numbered 337,500 sheep, of which the Lord's tribute was 675. The oxen were 36,000, of which the Lord's tribute was 72. The donkeys were 30,500, of which the Lord's tribute was 61. Humans were 16,000, of which the Lord's tribute was 32 persons. Moses gave the tribute, a gift offering for the Lord, to Eleazar the priest, as the Lord had commanded Moses. As for the half share of the Israelites that Moses divided from those who had gone out to battle, the community's share was 337,500 sheep, 36,000 oxen, 30,500 donkeys, and 16,000 humans. Moses took from the Israelites half, one out of every fifth, from human and animals, and gave them to the Levites who carry out the duties of the Lord's dwelling, just as the Lord had commanded Moses. The commanders over thousands of the army, officers over thousands, and officers over hundreds approached Moses and said to Moses, "Your servants have counted the warriors in our charge, and not one of us is missing. We have brought the Lord's offering, that each found gold articles, anklets, bracelets, signet rings, earrings, and necklaces, to seek reconciliation for ourselves before the Lord." Moses and Eleazar the priest took all the gold articles from them, all the gold from the gift offering that was presented to the Lord from the officers of thousands and the officers of hundreds was 16,750 shekels. Each of the men of battle took spoil of war for himself. Yet Moses and Eleazar the priest also received the gold from the officers of thousands and of hundreds, and they brought it to the meeting tent as a memorial for the Israelites before the Lord.
I'm Ruth Miller Roth, and I'm reading from Numbers chapter 32. Reuben and Gad request land. The livestock owned by the Reubenites and the Gadites were unusually vast and numerous. They saw that the land of Jazer and the land of Gilead were exactly the place for livestock. So the Gadites and the Reubenites came and said to Moses, Eleazar the priest, and the chiefs of the community, Atareth, Dibiden, Jazar, Nimrah, Heshbon, Elealeh, Sebam, Nebo, and Beon is the land that the Lord struck down before the Israelite community. It is the land for livestock, and your servants have livestock. They said, if you approve our request, give this land to your servants as property. Don't make us cross the Jordan. Moses said to the Gadites and the Reubenites, should your brothers go to war while you stay here? Why would you destroy the Israelites' resolve to cross into the land that the Lord gave them? Our ancestors did this when I sent them from Kadesh Barnea to inspect the land. And they went up to the cluster ravine, saw the land, and destroyed the Israelites' resolve to enter the land that the Lord had given them. The Lord became angry on that day and promised, none of the persons that went up from Egypt, those 20 years old and above, will see the fertile ground that I promised to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, because they didn't remain true to me, except Caleb, Jephanah, and the Kenizzite's son, and Joshua, Nun's son, because they remained true to the Lord. The Lord became angry with the Israelites and made them wander in the desert for 40 years until the entire generation had died, which had done evil in the Lord's eyes. Now you've taken the place of your ancestors, a group of sinful men, to intensify the Lord's anger against Israel. If you turn away from him, he will turn away again to abandon Israel in the desert. Then you will destroy this entire people. So they approached him and said, "We will build walled enclosures here for our livestock and towns for our children. And then we will eagerly fight in front of the Israelites until we have brought them into their place. Our children will live in the fortified cities because of the land's inhabitants, and we won't return to our homes until each one of the Israelites takes possession of this property. We won't inherit land with them there across the Jordan because we've received our property on the east side of the Jordan." Moses said to them, "Do this and fight before the Lord in war. All of you who have equipped for war, cross the Jordan before the Lord until he has driven his enemies out before him, and the land is subdued in the Lord's presence. Then you may return innocently before the Lord and Israel, and this land will be your property before the Lord. But if you don't do this, you've sinned against the Lord. Know that your sin will find you. So build towns for your children and walled enclosures for your flocks, but do what you have promised." The Gadites and the Reubenites said to Moses, "Your servants will do as my master has commanded. Your children, wives, livestock, and all our animals will remain in the cities of Gilead. But your servants, everyone equipped for war before the Lord, will go over to do battle, as my master said." Moses made demands for them to Eleazar the priest, to Joshua, Nun's son, and to the leaders of the households of the Israelite tribes. Moses said to them, "If the Gadites and the Reubenites cross the Jordan with you, each equipped for battle before the Lord, and the land is subdued before you, then you will give them the land of Gilead as a possession. If, however, they don't cross with you, equipped for war, they will take possession of property with you in the land of Canaan." The Gadites and the Reubenites answered, "We'll do just as the Lord has spoken to your servants. We'll cross into the land of Canaan before the Lord, equipped for war. But the property we inherit will be across the Jordan." So Moses gave them to the Gadites, the Reubenites, and half the tribe of Manasseh, Joseph's son, and the kingdom of Shion, the king of the Amorites, and the kingdom of Og, the king of Bashan, including the land, its cities, and the territory surrounding the land cities. The Gadites built Dibon, Atorah, Aroer, Arath-Shaban, Zephyr, Jogbaha, Beth Nimrah, and Beth Haran, fortified cities and walled enclosures for flocks. The Reubenites built Heshbon, Elealeh, Kiriatham, Nebo, and Balmeon, whose names were changed, and Shibmah. They named the cities that they built. The descendants of Machir, Manasseh's son, went to Gilead, captured it, and drove out the Amorites who were there. So Moses gave Gilead to Machir, Manasseh's son, and he lived there. Manasseh's son Jair went and captured their villages and named them Havoth Jair. Nobah went and captured Kenneth and its neighboring village. He renamed it Nobah after himself.
This is Karita Kime, reading Numbers 33 and 34. These were the stages by which the Israelites marched when they left the land of Egypt, according to their military units under the leadership of Moses and Aaron. Moses recorded the points of departure for each stage of the march at the Lord's command. These are the stages of their march according to their points of departure. They marched from Ramesses on the 15th day of the first month. On the day after the Passover, the Israelites went out defiantly in the sight of all the Egyptians, while the Egyptians were burying their oldest males, whom the Lord had killed. The Lord also executed judgments against their gods. The Israelites marched from Ramesses, and they camped at Succoth. They marched from Succoth and camped at Etham on the edge of the desert. They marched from Etham and turned back to Pihahiroth, which faces Baal-zephon, and they camped before Migdol. They marched from Pihahiroth, and they crossed through the sea toward the desert. Then they traveled 3 days in the Etham desert, and they camped at Marah. They marched from Marah and arrived at Elim. At Elim there were 12 springs of water and 70 palm trees, and they camped there. They marched from Elim and camped by the Reed Sea. They marched from the Reed Sea and camped in the Sin desert. They marched from the Sin desert and camped at Dophkah. They marched from Dophkah and camped at Elash. They marched from Elash and camped at Rephidim, where there was no water for the people to drink. They marched from Rephidim and camped in the Sinai desert. They marched from the Sinai desert and camped at Kibroth-Hattava. They marched from Kibroth-Hattava and camped at Hazeroth. They marched from Hazeroth and camped at Rithmah. They marched from Rithmah and camped at Rimmon-Peres. They marched from Rimmon-Peres and camped at Libnah. They marched from Libnah and camped at Rissah. They marched from Rissah and camped at Kehelatha. They marched from Kehelatha and camped at Mount Shefer. They marched from Mount Shefer and camped at Harada. They marched from Harada and camped at Makeloth. They marched from Makeloth and camped at Tahath. They marched from Tahath and camped at Terah. They marched from Terah and camped at Mithkah. They marched from Mithkah and camped at Hashmonah. They marched from Hashmonah and camped at Moseroth. They marched from Moseroth and camped at Beni Jaakin. They marched from Beni Jaakin and camped at Hor Haggidgad. They marched from Hor Haggidgad and camped at Jotbatha. They marched from Jotbatha and camped at Abrona. They marched from Abrona and camped at Ezion-Geber. They marched from Ezion-Geber and camped in the Sin desert, that is, Kadesh. They marched from Kadesh and camped at Mount Hor, on the edge of the land of Edom. Aaron the priest descended Mount Hor at the Lord's command, and he died there in the 40th year on the first day of the 5th month after the Israelites left the land of Canaan. Aaron was 123 years old when he died on Mount Hor. The Canaanite king of Arad, who ruled in the arid southern plain in the land of Canaan, heard of the Israelites coming. They marched from Mount Hor and camped at Zalmonah. They marched from Zalmonah and camped at Punon. They marched from Punon and camped at Oboth. They marched from Oboth and camped at Abarim in the territory of Moab. They marched from Ayim and camped at Dibon-Gad. They marched from Dibon-Gad and camped at Almon-Diblathaim. They marched from Almon-Diblathaim and camped in the Abarim mountains in front of Nebo. They marched from the Abarim mountains and camped in the plains of Moab by the Jordan across from Jericho. They camped by the Jordan from Beth Jeshimoth to Abel-Shittim in the plains of Moab. The Lord spoke to Moses on the plains of Moab by the Jordan across from Jericho. Speak to the Israelites and say to them, when you cross the Jordan into the land of Canaan, you will drive out all the inhabitants of the land before you. You will destroy all their carved figures. You will also destroy all their cast images. You will eliminate all their shrines. You will take possession of the land and live in it, because I've given the land to you to possess. You will divide up the land by lot according to your clans. To the large you will make its inheritance large, and to the small you will make its inheritance small. To whomever the lot falls, that place will be his. You will inherit land according to your ancestral tribes. But if you don't drive out the inhabitants, those you allow to remain will prick your eyes and be thorns in your side. They will harass you in the land in which you are living. Then what I intended to do to them, I'll do to you. Numbers 34. The Lord said to Moses, "Command the Israelites and say to them, when you enter the land of Canaan, this is the land that will fall to you as an inheritance, the land of Canaan according to its boundaries. Your southern boundary extends from the Zin Desert alongside Edom. Your southern border extends from the edge of the Dead Sea on the east. Your border will turn south of the ascent of Akrabin and cross toward Zin. Its limit will be south of Kadesh Barnea. It will go out to Hazar Adar and cross toward Asmon. The border will then turn from Asmon to the Egypt ravine. Its limit will be at the Mediterranean Sea. Your western border will be the Mediterranean Sea. This will be your western border. This will be your northern border. From the Mediterranean Sea, you will mark out your boundary to Mount Hor. From Mount Hor, you will mark out your boundary to Lebo Hamath. The limit of the border will be Zedad. The border will go out to Ziphron. Its limit will be Hazar Enan. This will be your northern border. You will mark out your eastern border from Hazar Enan to Shepham. The border will descend from Shephan to Riblah on the east side of Anan. The border will go down and meet the eastern slope of the Galilee Sea. The border will descend to the Jordan. Its limit will be the Dead Sea. This will be your land with its borders all around. Moses commanded the Israelites, "This is the land that you will inherit by lot, which the Lord has commanded to give to the 9.5 tribes, because the tribe of Reuben by their households and the tribe of Gad by their households and half the tribe of Manasseh have taken their inheritance. The 2.5 tribes have taken their inheritance across the Jordan at Jericho toward the east." The Lord spoke to Moses, "These are the names of the men who will assign the inheritance of the land: Eleazar the priest and Joshua, Nun's son. You will take one chief from each tribe to apportion the land. These are the names of the men. From the tribe of Judah, Caleb, Jephunneh's son. From the tribe of the Simeonites, Shemuel, Ammihud's son. From the tribe of Benjamin, Eliad, Kislon's son. From the tribe of the Danites, a chief, Buckai, Joglai's son. From Joseph's descendants of the tribe of the Manassites, a chief, Haniel, Ephod's son. And from the tribe of the Ephraimites, a chief, Kemuel, Shiftan's son. From the tribe of the Zebulunites, a chief, Elizaphan, Parnak's son. From the tribe of the Issacharites, a chief, Paltiel, Azan's son. From the tribe of the Asherites, a chief, Ahihud, Shalomai's son. From the tribe of the Naphtalites, a chief, Pedahel, Ammihud's son. These are the ones whom the Lord commanded to assign the inheritance of the Israelites in the land of Canaan.
My name is Mary Roth, and I'll be reading Numbers 35 and 36. The Lord spoke to Moses in the Moab plains by the Jordan, across from Jericho. Command the Israelites that they give cities from their inherited property to the Levites in which to live. You will also give the Levites pastures around their cities. The cities will be theirs in which to live. Their pastures will be for their cattle, their possessions, and all their animals. The pastures of the cities that you must give to the Levites will extend from the wall of the city outward for 1,500 feet in all directions. You will measure outside the city on the east side 3,000 feet, on the south side 3,000 feet, on the west side 3,000 feet, and on the north side 3,000 feet, with the city in the middle. These will be their cities' pastures. 6 of the cities that you give to the Levites will be refuge cities. You will allow the person who kills someone to flee there. In addition to these, you will give them 42 cities. All the cities that you give to the Levites will total 48, along with their pastures. As for the cities that you give from the property of the Israelites, you will take more from the larger tribes and less from the smaller. Each, in proportion to its inheritance, will give cities to the Levites. The Lord spoke to Moses. Speak to the Israelites and say to them, when you cross the Jordan into the land of Canaan, identify for yourselves cities to be refuge cities, where a person who kills someone by accident may flee. The cities will be for you a place of refuge for the close relative of the dead. The person who killed someone may not be put to death until he stands before the community for judgment. You will establish 6 refuge cities for yourself. You will establish 3 cities across the Jordan and 3 cities in the land of Canaan. They will be the refuge cities. These 6 cities will be refuge for the Israelites, immigrants, and temporary residents, as a place to flee for anyone who kills a person by accident. But if someone strikes a person with an iron object and he dies, he is a murderer. A murderer must definitely be put to death. If someone strikes another with a stone in hand that could cause death and he dies, he is a murderer. A murderer must definitely be put to death. Or if someone strikes with a wood object in a hand that could cause death, he is a murderer. The murderer must definitely be put to death. The close relative responsible for the blood of the dead is the one who will put the murderer to death. When he meets him, he will execute him. If in hatred, someone hits another or throws something at him with premeditation, he will be put to death. Or if in hostility, someone strikes another with his hand and he dies, or one who struck is a murderer and he will be put to death. The close relative will put the murderer to death when he meets him. But if suddenly and without hostility, someone hits another or throws any object at him without premeditation, or accidentally drops any stone on him that could cause death and he dies, even though they weren't enemies and no evil was intended, then the community must come to a verdict between the killer and the close relative in accordance with these case laws. The community will protect the killer from the hand of the close relative and return him to the refuge city where he fled. He will live there until the death of the high priest who is anointed with holy oil. But if the killer ever goes outside the boundaries of the refuge city where he fled, and the close relative finds him outside the boundary of his refuge city and kills him, he will not be responsible for his blood. The killer must live in his refuge city until the high priest's death. After the high priest's death, and the killer may return to the land he owns. These will be the regulations and case laws for all time in your settlements. Anyone who kills another will be executed on the evidence of witnesses, but one witness alone cannot testify against a person for the death sentence. You may not accept a ransom for the life of a killer who is guilty of a capital crime, for he must definitely be put to death. You may not accept ransom for someone who has fled to his refuge city so that he can return and live in the land before the priest's death. You may not pollute the land in which you live, for the blood pollutes the land. There can be no recovery for the land from the blood that is shed in it, except by the blood of the one who shed it. You will not make the land in which you live unclean, and the land in the middle of which I reside, for I, the Lord, reside among the Israelites. Numbers 36. The leaders of the households of the clans of Gilead, Machir's son and Manasseh's grandson of Joseph's clans, approached and spoke before Moses and the chiefs, who were the leaders of the Israelite households. They said, "The Lord commanded my master to give the land as inheritance by lot to the Israelites. But my master also commanded by the Lord to give the inheritance of Zelophehad, our brother, to his daughters. If they are married to someone from another Israelite tribe, their inheritance will be taken away from our household and given to another tribe into which they marry. Then it will be taken away from the lot of our inheritance. At the Israelite Jubilee, their inheritance will be added to the inheritance of the tribe into which they married. Then their inheritance will be taken away from the inheritance of our ancestral tribe." Then Moses commanded the Israelites according to the Lord's word. The tribe of Joseph's descendants are correct in what they're saying. This is the word that the Lord commands to Zelophehad's daughters. They may marry whomever seems best to them, but they may only marry into one of the clans of their ancestral tribe, so that the inheritance of the Israelites doesn't transfer from one tribe to another. The Israelites will each retain the tribal inheritance of his ancestral tribe. Every daughter who inherits land from an Israelite tribe must marry into one of the clans of her father's tribes. In this way, each Israelite will own the land of his ancestors. An inheritance of land may not be transferred from one tribe to another, for the Israelite tribes will each retain its own inheritance. Zelophehad's daughters did as the Lord commanded Moses. Mahlah, Tirzah, Hoglah, Milcah, and Noah, Zelophehad's daughters, married their cousins. They married into the clan of Manasseh, Joseph's son. Their inheritance remained in the tribe of their father's clan. These are the commandments and case laws that the Lord commanded the Israelites through Moses in the plains of Moab by the Jordan across from Jericho.
I'm Sherry Wanger, and I will be reading from the book of Deuteronomy, chapter 1 and 2. These are the words that Moses spoke to all Israel across the Jordan River, in the desert, on the plain, across from Suph, between Paran and Tophel, Laban, Hazeroth, and Dizahab. It is 11 days from Horeb to Kadesh Barnea along the Mount Seir route. It was in the 40th year, on the first day of the 11th month, that Moses spoke to the Israelites precisely what the Lord had commanded for them. This was after the defeat of Sihon, the Amorite king who ruled in Heshbon, and Og, Bashan's king, who ruled in Ashtaroth and Edrei. Beyond the Jordan, in the land of Moab, Moses began to explain this instruction. He said the following: At Horeb, the Lord your God told us, "You've been at this mountain long enough. Get going. Enter the hills of the Amorites and the surrounding areas in the desert, the highlands, the lowlands, the arid southern region, and the seacoast, the land of the Canaanites, and the Lebanon range, all the way to the great Euphrates River. Look, I have laid the land before you. Go and possess the land that I promised to give you to your ancestors, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, as well as to their descendants after them. At that same time, I told you, I can't handle all of you by myself. The Lord your God has multiplied your number. You are now as countless as the stars in the sky. May the Lord your ancestors' God continue to multiply you 1,000 times more. And may God bless you just as he promised. But how can I handle all your troubles, burdens, and disputes by myself? Now, for each of your tribes, choose wise, discerning, and well-regarded individuals. I will appoint them as your leaders. You answered me, what you have proposed is a good idea. So I took leading individuals from your tribes, people who were wise and well-regarded, and I set them up as your leaders. They were commanders over thousands, hundreds, fifties, and tens, as well as officials for each of your tribes. At that same time, I commanded your judges, listen to your fellow tribe members and judge fairly. Whether the dispute is between one fellow tribe member or between a tribe member and an immigrant, don't show favoritism in a decision. Hear both sides out, whether the person is important or not. Don't be afraid of anyone because the ruling belongs to God. And any dispute that is too difficult for you to decide, bring to me and I will take care of it. So at that time, I commanded you concerning everything you were to do. We left Horeb and journeyed through the vast and terrifying desert you saw on the way to the hills of the Amorites, exactly as the Lord our God commanded us. Then we arrived at Kadesh Barnea. I said to you, you have come to the hills of the Amorites, which the Lord your God is giving to us. Look, the Lord your God has laid out the land before you. Go up and take it, just as the Lord your ancestors' God had promised you. Don't be afraid. Don't be frightened. Then all of you approached me saying,
Let's send spies ahead of us. They can check out the land for us. Then they can return with word about the route we should use and bring a report about the cities that we'll be entering. This idea seemed good to me, so I selected 12 men, one from each tribe. These set out and went up into the hills, going as far as the Cluster Ravine. They walked all around the area. They took some of the land's fruit and then came back down to us. They reported, the land that our Father, the Lord our God, is giving to us is wonderful. But you weren't willing to go up. You rejected the Lord your God's instruction. You complained in your tents, saying things like, the Lord hates us. That's why he brought us out of Egypt, to hand us over to the Amorites, to destroy us. What are we doing? Our brothers have made our hearts sick by saying, people far stronger and much taller than we live there. And the cities are huge and with walls sky high. Worse still, we saw the descendants of the Anakites there. But I said to you, don't be terrified. Don't be afraid of them. The Lord your God is going before you. He will fight for you just as he fought for you in Egypt while you watched. And as you saw him do as you saw him do in the desert. Throughout your entire journey, until you reach this very place, the Lord your God has carried you, just as a parent carries a child. But you had no faith in the Lord your God about this matter, even though he went ahead of you, scouting places where you should camp in fire by night, so you could see the road you were taking, and in the cloud during the daytime. The Lord heard what you said. He was angry and he swore, not even one of these people, this wicked generation, will see the wonderful land that I had promised to give to your ancestors. The only exception is Caleb, Jephunneh's son. He will see it. I will give the land he walked on to him and to his children. For this reason, he was completely devoted to the Lord. The Lord was even angry with me because of what you did. You won't enter the land either, God said, but Nun's son Joshua, your assistant, will enter it. Strengthen him because he's the one who will help Israel inherit the land. Now, as for your toddlers, those you said would be taken in war, and your young children who don't yet know right and wrong, they will enter the land. I will give it to them. They will possess it. But you all must now turn around. Head back towards the wilderness along the route of the Reed Sea. You replied to me, we've sinned against the Lord. We will go up. We will fight, just as the Lord our God commanded. Each one of you grabbed your weapons. You thought it would be easy to go up into the hills, but the Lord told me, tell them, don't go up. Don't fight, because I will not be with you. You will be defeated by your enemies. I reported this to you, but you wouldn't listen. You disobeyed the Lord's instruction. Hot-headedly, you went up into the hills, and the Amorites who lived in those hills came out to meet you in battle. They chased you like bees give chase. They gave you a beating from the seer all the way to Hormah. When you came back, you cried before the Lord, but he wouldn't respond to your tears or give you a hearing. And you stayed in Kadesh Barnea for quite some time. Chapter 2. Next, we turned around and headed back toward the wilderness along the Reed Sea road, exactly as the Lord instructed me. We traveled all around Mount Seir for a long time. Eventually, the Lord said, you've been traveling around this mountain long enough. Head north. Command the people as follows. You are about to enter into the territory of your relatives who live in Seir, Esau's descendants. They will be afraid of you, so watch yourselves most carefully. Don't fight with them, because I will not give the tiniest parcel of their land to you. I have given Mount Seir to Esau's family as their property. Of course, you may buy food from them with money so you can eat. and also water with money so you can drink. No doubt about it, the Lord your God has blessed you in all that you have done. He watched over your journey through the vast desert. Throughout these 40 years, the Lord your God has been with you. You haven't needed a thing. So we passed along the territory of our relatives who live in Seir, Esau's descendants, leaving the desert road from Elath and from Ezion-Geber. Next, we turned and went along the Moab wilderness route. The Lord said to me, "Don't aggravate Moab. Don't fight them in battle, because I won't give any part of their land to you as your own. I have given Ar to Lot's descendants as their property." Now the Emim, who lived there before, they were big and numerous and tall, just like Anakim. Most people thought the Emim were Raphian, like the Anakim were, but the Moabites called them Emim. Additionally, the Horim had lived in the Seir previously, but Esau's descendants took possessions of their area, eliminating them altogether and settling in their place. That is exactly what Israel did in the land it took possession of, which the Lord gave to them. So then, get going, cross the Zered ravine. So we crossed the Zered ravine. It took us a total of 38 years to go from Kadesh Barnea until we crossed the Zered ravine. It was at that point that the last of the previous generation, everyone of fighting age in the camp had died, just as the Lord had sworn about them. In fact, the Lord's power was against them to rid the camp of them until they were all gone. Now, as soon as all those of fighting age had died, the Lord said to me, "Today you are crossing through the territory of Moab and Ar, and you will come close to the Ammonites. Don't aggravate them. Don't fight with them, because I won't give any part of the Ammonites' land to you as your own. I've given it to Lot's descendants as their property." Now, people thought that land was Raphaim territory as well. The Raphaim had lived there previously, but the Ammonites called them Zamzummim. They were large, numerous, and tall, just like the Anakim, but the Lord completely destroyed the Zamzummim before the Ammonites, and they took possessions of that area, settling in their place. That is exactly what God did for Esau's descendants, who live in Seir, when he completely destroyed the Horites in their presence, and they took possession of the Horites' area, settling in their place to this very day. The Avim, who had lived in settlements around Gaza, were completely destroyed by the Caphtorim, who had come from Caphtor. They replaced the Avim there. So get going. Cross the Arnon ravine. I have handed Sihon, the Amorite king of Heshbon, and his land over to you. It's time to possess the area. It's time to fight him in battle. Starting right now, I am making everyone everywhere afraid of you and scared of you. Once they hear news of you, they will be shaking and worrying because of you. I then sent messengers from Kedemoth Desert to Sihon, Heshbon's king, with words of peace. Please let us pass through your land. We promise to stay on the road. We won't step off it right or left. Please sell us food for money so we can eat. Sell us water for money so we can drink. Let us pass through on foot, just as Esau's descendants who lived in Seir and the Moabites who lived in Ar did for me, until we cross the Jordan River into the land that the Lord our God is giving to us. But Sihon, Heshbon's king, wasn't willing to let us pass through the land, because the Lord your God had made his spirit hard and his heart inflexible, so that God could hand him over to you, which is exactly how it happened. The Lord said to me, look, right now I'm laying Sihon and his land before you. It's time to take possession of this land. Sihon and all his forces came out to meet us in battle at Jahaz. But the Lord our God gave him to us. We struck him down along with his sons and all his forces. And at that time, we captured all of Sihon's cities, and we placed every town, men, women, and children under the ban. We left no survivors. The only things we kept for ourselves were the animals and the plunder from the towns we had taken. From Aurora, which is on the edge of the Arnon ravine, to the town that is in the valley there, even as far as Gilead, there wasn't a city that could resist us. The Lord our God laid everything out before us. But you didn't go near the Ammonite lands or hillside cities alongside the Jabbok River in compliance with all the Lord our God had commanded. The end.
Larry Yoder, Deuteronomy chapter 3. Next we turned and went up along the road to Bashan. Og, Bashan's king, came out with all his forces to meet us in battle at Edrei. The Lord said to me, don't be afraid of him. I've handed him, all of his forces, and his land over to you. Do the same thing to him that you did to Sihon, the Amorite king who ruled in Heshbon. And so the Lord our God also handed Og, Bashan's king, along with his forces, over to us. We struck them down until no survivor was left. We also captured all of Og's towns at that time. There wasn't a single city that we didn't take from them. A total of 60 towns, the entire region of Argob, the whole kingdom of Og in Bashan. Each of these towns was fortified with high walls, double gates, and crossbars. Outside the towns were also a great number of villages. We placed them under the ban, just as we did with Sihon, Heshbon's king. Every town, men, women, and children, was under the ban. The only things we kept for ourselves were the animals and the plunder from the towns. So at that time, we took the land that had belonged to the 2 Amorite kings beyond the Jordan, all the way from the Arnon ravine to Mount Hermon. Sidonians called Hermon Sirion, but the Amorites call it Sinir. This included all the towns on the plateau in the regions of Gilead and Bashan, and all the way to Salakah and Edrei, all the towns that belonged to Og's kingdom in Bashan. By the way, Bashan's king Og was the last of the Rephaim. His bed was made of iron. Isn't it still in the Amorite town of Rabah? By standard measurements, it was 13.5 feet long and 6 feet wide. So this is the land we possessed at that time. I gave some of it from Aurora, which is beside the Arnon River, up through the half of the Gilead highlands, along with its cities, to the Reubenites and the Gadites. The rest of the Gilead region and all of Bashan, Og's kingdom, I gave half to the tribe of Manasseh. Now the whole Argob area, including all of Bashan, was often called Rephaim country. Yair, from the tribe of Manasseh, took possession of the entire Argob region, as far as the border with the Geshurites and the Mahitites. He named the Bashan area after himself, Yair's settlement. And that's what it's still called today. I also gave Gilead to Machir. To the Reubenites and the Gadites, I gave land from the Gilead as far as the Arnon River, the middle of the river being the boundary line to the Jabbok River, which is the boundary line with the Amorites. Also, the desert plain with the Jordan River is the boundary from the Galilee Sea down to the Desert Sea, which is the Dead Sea, below the slopes of Mount Pisgah on the east. Then I commanded you, although the Lord your God has given you this land to possess, You must now cross over before the rest of your Israelite relatives as a fighting force ready for battle. However, your wives, children, and herds, I know you have lots of herds, may remain in the towns that I have given to you. Once the Lord settles your relatives, as you have been settled, and they also possess the land that the Lord your God is giving them across the Jordan River, each of you can return to the property that I have given to you. It was at that same time that I commanded Joshua, you saw everything that the Lord your God did to these two kings. That is exactly what the Lord will do to all the kingdoms where you are going. Don't be afraid of them, because the Lord your God is the one who will be fighting for you. This is Moses' prayer. It was also at that same time that I begged the Lord, please, Lord God, you have only begun to show your servant your greatness and your mighty hand. What God in heaven on earth can act as you do, or can perform your deeds and powerful acts? Please let me cross over the Jordan River so I can see the wonderful land that lies beyond it, those beautiful highlands, even the Lebanon region. But the Lord was angry with me because of you. He wouldn't listen to me. He said to me, that's enough from you. Don't ever ask me about this again. Go up to the top of Mount Pisgah. Look west, north, south, and east. Have a good look, but you will not cross the Jordan River. Instead, command Joshua, strengthen him, and encourage him, because he's the one who will cross the river before this people. He's the one who will make sure they inherit the land you will see. After that, we stayed in the valley across from Beth Peor.
Hi, I'm Mir Knigo. I am reading Deuteronomy chapter 4 and 5. Now, Israel, in light of all that, listen to the regulations and the case laws that I am teaching you to follow, so that you may live, enter, and possess the land that the Lord, your ancestors' God, is giving to you. Don't add anything to the word that I am commanding you, and don't take anything away from it. Instead, keep the commands of your Lord, your God, that I am commanding all of you. You saw with your own eyes what the Lord did concerning the Baal of Peor. The Lord your God destroyed everyone who followed the Baal of Peor, but all of you who stayed true to the Lord your God are alive today. So pay attention. I am teaching all of you the regulations and the case laws exactly as the Lord my God commanded me. You must do these in the land you are entering to possess. Keep them faithfully, because that will show your wisdom and insight to the nations who will hear about all these regulations. They will say, surely this great nation is a wise and insightful people. After all, is there any great nation that has gods as close to it as the Lord our God is close to us whenever we call to him? Or does any great nation have regulations and case laws as righteous as all this instruction that I am setting before you today? But be on guard and watch yourselves closely so that you don't forget the things your eyes saw, and so they never leave your mind as long as you live. Teach them to your children and your grandchildren. Remember that day when you stood before the Lord your God at Horeb, and the Lord said to me, gather the people to me. I will declare my words to them, so they will learn to fear me every day of their lives on the fertile land, and teach their children to do the same. Then you all came close and stood at the foot of the mountain. The mountain was blazing with fire up to the sky, with darkness, cloud, and thick smoke. The Lord spoke to you out of the very fire itself. You heard the sound of words, but you didn't see any form. There was only a voice. The Lord declared his covenant to you, which he commanded you to do, the 10 Commandments, and wrote them on 2 stone tablets. At that time, the Lord commanded me to teach you all the regulations and the case laws that you must keep in the land that you are entering to possess. So watch your conduct closely, because you didn't see any form on the day the Lord spoke to you at Horeb out of the very fire itself. Don't ruin everything and make an idol for yourself. a form of any image, any likeness, male or female, or any likeness whatsoever, whether of a land animal, a bird that flies in the sky, an insect that crawls on the earth, or a fish that lives in the sea. Don't look to the skies, to the sun or the moon or the stars, all the heavenly bodies, and be led astray, worshiping and serving them. The Lord your God has granted these things to all the nations who live under heaven. But the Lord took you and brought you out of that iron furnace, out of Egypt, so that you might be his own treasured people, which is what you are right now. The Lord was angry with me because of your deeds and swore that I couldn't cross the Jordan River or enter the wonderful land that the Lord your God is giving you as an inheritance. I will die here in this land. I won't cross the Jordan River. But you will, and you will take possession of that wonderful land. So, all of you, watch yourselves. Don't forget the covenant that the Lord your God made with you by making an idol or an image of any kind or anything the Lord your God forbids, because the Lord your God is an all-consuming fire. He is a passionate God. Once you have had children and grandchildren and have grown old on the land, if you ruin things by making an idol, any form whatsoever, and do what is evil in the eyes of the Lord your God and anger him, I call heaven and earth as my witnesses against you today. You will definitely disappear, and quickly, from the land that you are crossing over the Jordan River to possess. You won't extend your time there, but will instead be totally destroyed. The Lord will scatter you among the nations. Only a very few of you will survive in the countries where the Lord will drag you. There you will worship other gods, made of wood and stone by human hands, gods that cannot see, listen, eat, or smell. You will seek the Lord your God from there, and you will find him if you seek him with all your heart and with all your being. In your distress, when all these things happen to you in the future, you will return to the Lord your God, and you will obey his voice, because the Lord your God is a compassionate God. He won't let you go, he won't destroy you, and he won't forget the covenant that he swore to your ancestors. Now look into it. Into days long past, before your time, all the way back to the day God first created human beings on earth, from one end of heaven to the other. Has anything this amazing ever happened? Has anything like it ever been heard of before? Has any people ever listened to a God's voice speaking out of a fire as each of you have and survived? Or has any God ever tried to take one nation out of another nation using tests, miracles, wonders, war, a strong hand, an outstretched arm, or awesome power like all that the Lord your God did for you in Egypt while you watched? You were shown these things so that you would know this. The Lord is the only God. There is no other God except him. From heaven he made you hear his voice in order to discipline you. On earth he showed you his great fire. You heard his words from that very fire. And because he loved your ancestors and chose their descendants after them, God brought you out of Egypt with his own presence, by his own great power, in order to remove larger and stronger nations from before you and bring you into their land, giving it to you as an inheritance. That's where things stand right now. Know then today, and keep in mind, that the Lord is the only God in heaven above or on earth below. There is no other. Keep the Lord's regulations and his commandments. I'm commanding them to you today for your well-being and for the well-being of your children after you, so that you may extend your time on the fertile land that the Lord your God is giving you forever. Then Moses set aside 3 cities on the eastern side of the Jordan River, so that anyone who killed someone accidentally and without prior hatred could flee to one of those cities and be safe. Bezer in the wilderness on the plateau for the Reubenites, Ramoth and Gilead for the Gadites, and Golan in Bashan for the Manassites. Now this is the instruction that Moses set before the Israelites. These are the laws and the regulations and the case laws that Moses spoke to the Israelites when they came out of Egypt. This took place along the Jordan River, in the valley opposite Beth Peor, in the land of Sihon the Amorite king who ruled in Heshbon, whom Moses and the Israelites defeated when they came out of Egypt. They took possession of his land and the land of Og, Bashan's king, the 2 Amorite kings across the Jordan River to the east, from Aroer, which is on the banks of the Arnon River, all the way to Mount Sion, also known as Hermon, and all the desert regions across the Jordan River, on the east, down to the Dead Sea, beneath the slopes of Mount Pisgah. Moses called out to all Israel, saying to them, Israel, listen to the regulations and the case laws that I'm recounting in your hearing right now. Learn them and carefully do them. The Lord our God made a covenant with us at Mount Horeb. The Lord didn't make this covenant with our ancestors, but with us, all of us who are here and alive right now. The Lord spoke with you face to face on the mountain from the very fire itself. At that time, I was standing between the Lord and you, declaring to you the Lord's word, because you were terrified of the fire and didn't go up to the mountain. The Lord said, I am the Lord your God, who brought you out of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. You must have no other gods before me. Do not make an idol for yourself, no form whatsoever, of anything in the sky or on the earth below or in the waters under the earth. Do not bow down to them or worship them, because I, the Lord your God, am a passionate God. I punish children for their parents' sins, even to the third and fourth generations of those who hate me. But I am loyal and gracious to the 1,000th generation of those who love me and keep my commandments. Do not use the Lord your God's name as if it were of no significance. The Lord won't forgive anyone who uses his name that way. Keep the Sabbath day and treat it as holy, exactly as the Lord your God commanded. 6 days you may work and do all your tasks, but on the seventh day is a Sabbath to the Lord your God. Don't do any work on it. Not you, your sons and daughters, your male or female servants, your oxen or donkeys, or any of your animals, or the immigrant who is living among you, so that your male and female servants can rest just like you. Remember that you were a slave in Egypt, but the Lord your God brought you out of there with a strong hand and an outstretched arm. That's why the Lord your God commands you to keep the Sabbath day. Honor your father and your mother, exactly as the Lord your God requires, so that your life will be long and so that things will go well for you on the fertile land that the Lord your God is giving you. Do not kill. Do not commit adultery. Do not steal. Do not testify falsely against your neighbor. Do not desire and try to take your neighbor's wife. Do not crave your neighbor's house, field, male or female servant, ox, donkey, or anything else that belongs to your neighbor. These are the words the Lord spoke to your entire assembly with a loud voice while on the mountain, from the midst of the fire, the cloud, and the thick smoke. He added no more. God wrote them on 2 stone tablets, then gave them to me. Now, once you heard the voice from the darkness, while the mountain was blazing with fire, you came to me. More specifically, all the chiefs of your tribes and your elders came. And you said, Look here, the Lord our God has shown us his glory and greatness. We've heard his voice come out of the very fire itself. We've seen firsthand that God can speak to a human being and they can survive. But why should we die? Surely this massive fire will consume us. If we hear any more of the Lord our God's voice, we will die. Is there anyone who has heard the living God's voice speaking out of the fire itself like we have and survived? You go and listen to all the Lord our God says. Then tell us all that the Lord our God speaks to you. We'll listen and we'll do it. The Lord heard what you said when you said this to me. The Lord then told me, I heard what the people said when they spoke to you. Everything they suggest is good. If only their minds were like this, always fearing me and keeping all my commandments so that things would go well for them and their children forever. Go and tell them, you may go back to your tents. But you, Moses, must stay here with me. I will tell you all the commandments, the regulations, and the case laws that you must teach to the Israelites to do in the land that I am giving them to possess. So you must carefully do exactly what the Lord your God commands. Don't deviate even a bit. You must walk the precise path the Lord your God indicates for you, so that you will live, so that things will go well for you, so you will extend your time on the land that you will possess.
Hello, my name is Darren Null, and today I'll be reading to you Deuteronomy 6 and 7. Deuteronomy 6. Now these are the commandments, the regulations, and the case laws that the Lord your God commanded me to teach you to follow in the land you are entering to possess, so that you will fear the Lord your God by keeping all his regulations and his commandments that I am commanding to you. But with you and your sons and daughters all the days of your life, and so that you will lengthen your life. Listen to them, O Israel. Follow them carefully so that things will go well for you, and so that you will continue to multiply exactly as the Lord, your ancestors' God, promised you, in a land full of milk and honey. Israel, listen. Our God is the Lord, only the Lord. Love the Lord your God with all your heart, all your being, and all your strength. These words that I am commanding you today must always be on your minds. Recite them to your children. Talk about them when you're sitting around your house and when you're out and about, when you're lying down and when you're getting up. Tie them on your hand as a sign. They should be on your forehead as a symbol. Write them on your house's door frames and on your city's gates. Now, once the Lord your God has brought you into the land that he swore your ancestors, to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, to give you, a land that will be full of large and wonderful towns that you didn't build, houses stocked with all kinds of goods that you didn't stock, cisterns that you didn't make, vineyards and olive trees that you didn't plant, and you eat and get stuffed, watch yourself. Don't forget the Lord who brought you out of Egypt, out of the house of slavery. Revere the Lord your God, serve him, and take your solemn pledges in his name. Don't follow other gods, those gods of the people around you, because the Lord your God, who is with you and among you, is a passionate God. The Lord your God's anger will burn against you, and he will wipe you off the fertile land. Don't test the Lord your God the way you frustrated him at Massa. You must carefully follow the Lord your God's commands, along with the laws and regulations he has given you. Do what is right and good in the Lord's sight, so that things will go well for you, and so you will enter and take possession of the wonderful land that the Lord swore to your ancestors. And so the Lord will drive out all of your enemies from before you, just as he has promised. In the future, your children will ask, what is the meaning of the laws, the regulations, and the case laws that the Lord our God commanded you? Tell them, we were Pharaoh's slaves in Egypt, but the Lord brought us out of Egypt with a mighty hand. Before our own eyes, the Lord performed great and awesome deeds of power against Egypt, Pharaoh, and his entire dynasty. But the Lord brought us out from there so that he could bring us in, giving us the land that he swore to our ancestors. Then the Lord commanded us to perform all these regulations, revering the Lord our God, so that things go well for us always, and so we continue to live as we are doing right now. What's more, we will be considered righteous if we are careful to do all this commandment before the Lord our God, just as he commanded us. Deuteronomy 7. Now, once the Lord your God brings you into the land you are entering to take possession of it, and he drives out numerous nations before you, the Hittites, the Girgashites, the Amorites, the Canaanites, the Perizzites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites, 7 nations that are larger and stronger than you. Once the Lord your God lays them before you, you must strike them down, placing them under the ban. Don't make any covenants with them, and don't be merciful to them. Don't intermarry with them. Don't give your daughter to one of their sons to marry, and don't take one of their daughters to marry your son, because they will turn your child away from following me, so that they will end up serving other gods. That will make the Lord's anger burn against you, and he will quickly annihilate you. Instead, this is what you must do with these nations. Rip down their altars, smash their sacred stones, cut down their sacred poles, and burn their idols, because you are a people holy to the Lord your God. The Lord your God chose you to be his own treasured people beyond all others in the fertile land. It was not because you were greater than all other people that the Lord loved you and chose you. In fact, you were the smallest of peoples. No, it is because the Lord loved you and because he kept the solemn pledge he swore to your ancestors that the Lord brought you out with a strong hand and saved you from the house of slavery, from the power of Pharaoh, Egypt's king. Know now then that the Lord your God is the only true God. He is the faithful God who keeps the covenant and proves loyal to everyone who loves him and keeps his commands, even to the 1000th generation. He is the God who personally repays anyone who hates him, ultimately destroying that kind of a person. The Lord does not waste time with anyone who hates him. He repays them personally. The Lord does not. So make sure you carefully keep the commandment, the regulations, and the case laws that I am commanding you right now. If you listen to these case laws and follow them carefully, the Lord your God will keep the covenant and display the loyalty that he promised your ancestors. He will love you, bless you, and multiply you. He will bless the fruit of your wombs and the fruit of your fertile land, all your grain, your wine, your oil, and the offspring of your cattle and flocks, upon the very fertile land that he swore to your ancestors to give to you. You will be more blessed than any other group of people. No one will be sterile or infertile, not among you or your animals. The Lord will remove all sickness from you. As for all those dreadful Egyptian diseases you experienced, the Lord won't put them on you, but will inflict on them on all who hate you. You will destroy all the peoples that the Lord your God is handing over to you. Show them no pity, and don't serve their gods, because that would be a trap for you. If you happen to think to yourself, these nations are greater than we are, how can we possibly possess their land? Don't be afraid of them. Remember instead what the Lord your God did to Pharaoh and all of Egypt. The great trials that you saw with your own eyes, the signs and wonders, the strong hand and outstretched arm that the Lord your God used to rescue you, that's what the Lord your God will do to any people that you fear. The Lord your God will send terror on them, even unto the survivors and those hiding from you that are to be destroyed. Don't dread these nations, because the Lord your God, the great and awesome God, is with you and among you. The Lord your God will drive out these nations before you bit by bit. You won't be able to finish them off quickly. Otherwise, the wild animals will become too much for you to handle. The Lord your God will lay these nations before you, throwing them into a huge panic until they are destroyed. He will hand their kings over to you, and you will wipe their names out from under the skies. No one will be able to stand before you. You will crush them. Burn the images of their gods. Don't desire the silver or the gold that is on them and take it for yourself, or you will be trapped by it. That is detestable to the Lord your God. Don't bring any detestable thing into your house, or you will be placed under the ban too, just like it is. You must utterly detest those kinds of things, despising them completely, because they are under the ban.
My name is Ruth Gingrich. I will be reading the books, chapters 8 and 9 from the book of Deuteronomy. You must carefully perform all of the commandment that I am commanding you right now, so you can live and multiply and enter and take possession of the land that the Lord swore to your ancestors. Remember the long road on which the Lord your God led you during these 40 years in the desert, so he could humble you, testing you to find out what was in your heart, whether you would keep his commandments or not. He humbled you by making you hungry and then feeding you the manna that neither you nor your ancestors had ever experienced, so he could teach you that people don't live on bread alone. No, they live based on whatever the Lord says. During these 40 years, your clothes didn't wear out and your feet didn't swell up. Know then in your heart that the Lord your God has been disciplining you just as a father disciplines his children. Keep the commandments of the Lord your God by walking in his ways and by fearing him, because the Lord your God is bringing you to a wonderful land, a land with streams of water, springs, and wells that gush up in the valleys and on the hills, a land of wheat and barley, vines, fig trees and pomegranates, a land of olive oil and honey, a land where you will eat food without any shortage. You won't lack a thing there, a land where stone is hard as iron, and you will mine copper from the hills. You will eat, you will be satisfied, and you will bless the Lord your God in the wonderful land that he has given you. But watch yourself. Don't forget the Lord your God by not keeping his commands or his case laws or his regulations that I am commanding you right now. When you eat, get full, build nice houses, and settle down. And when your herds and your flocks are growing large, your silver and gold are multiplying, and everything you have is thriving, don't become arrogant, forgetting the Lord your God, the one who rescued you from Egypt, from the house of slavery, the one who led you through this vast and terrifying desert of poisonous snakes and scorpions, of cracked ground with no water, the one who made water flow for you out of a hard rock, the one who fed you manna in the wilderness, which your ancestors had never experienced, in order to humble and test you, but in order to do good to you in the end. Don't think to yourself, my own strength and abilities have produced all this prosperity for me. Remember the Lord your God. He's the one who gives you strength to be prosperous in order to establish the covenant he made with your ancestors. And that's how things stand right now. But if you do, in fact, forget the Lord your God and follow other gods, serving and bowing down to them, I swear to you right now that you will be completely destroyed, just like the nations that the Lord is destroying before you. That's exactly how you will be destroyed, all because you didn't obey the Lord your God's voice. Listen, Israel, today you will cross the Jordan River to enter and take possession of nations larger and more powerful than you, along with huge cities with fortifications that reach to the sky. These people are large and tall. They are the Anakim. You know and have heard what people say, who can stand up to the Anakim? Know right now that the Lord your God, who is crossing over before you, is an all-consuming fire. He will wipe them out. He will subdue them before you. Then you will take possession of their land, eliminating them quickly, exactly as the Lord told you. Once the Lord has driven them out before you, don't think to yourself, it's because I'm righteous that the Lord brought me in to possess this land. It is instead because of these nations' wickedness that the Lord is removing them before you. You aren't entering and taking possession of their land because you are righteous or because your heart is especially virtuous. Rather, it is because these nations are wicked. That's why the Lord your God is removing them before you, and because he wishes to establish the promise he made to your ancestors, to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Know then that the Lord your God isn't giving you this excellent land for you to possess on account of your righteousness, because you are a stubborn people. Remember, don't ever forget how you made the Lord your God furious in the wilderness. From the very first day you stepped out of Egypt until you arrived at this place, you have been rebels against the Lord. Even at Horeb, you angered the Lord. He was so enraged by you that he threatened to wipe you out. When I went up on the mountain to get the stone tablets, the covenant tablets that the Lord made with you, I was up there 40 days and 40 nights. I ate no bread and drank no water. The Lord gave me the 2 stone tablets written by God's finger, and on them were all the words that the Lord had said to you on the mountain out of the very fire itself on the day we assembled. At the end of those 40 days and nights, the Lord gave me the 2 stone tablets, the covenant tablets. Then the Lord said to me, get going, get down from here quickly, because your people whom you brought out of Egypt have ruined everything. They couldn't wait to turn from the path I commanded them. They've made themselves an idol out of cast metal. The Lord said more to me. I have seen this people. Look, What a stubborn people they are. Now stand back. I am going to wipe them out. I will erase their name from under the heaven. Then I will make a nation out of you, one stronger and larger than they were. So I went down the mountain while it was blazing with fire. The two covenant tablets were in my two hands. It was then that I saw how you sinned against the Lord your God. You made yourselves a calf, an idol made of cast metal. You couldn't wait to turn from the path the Lord commanded you. I grabbed the two tablets and threw them down with my own hands, shattering them while you watched. Then I fell before the Lord as I had done the previous 40 days and 40 nights. I ate no bread and drank no water, all because of the sin that you had committed by doing such an evil in the Lord's sight, infuriating him. I was afraid of the massive anger and rage the Lord had for you. He was going to wipe you out. However, the Lord listened to me again in that moment. But the Lord was furious with Aaron. He was going to wipe him out. So I also prayed hard for Aaron at that time. And as for that sinful thing you made, that calf, I took it and I burned it with fire. Then I smashed it, grinding it thoroughly until it was as fine as dust. Then I dumped the dust into the stream that ran down the mountain. Also at Taberah, again at Massah, and then again at Kibrot Hatavah, you have been the kind of people who made the Lord angry. And then when the Lord sent you from Kadesh Barnea, telling you, go up and take possession of the land that I'm giving you, you disobeyed the Lord your God's command. You didn't trust him. You didn't obey God's voice. You've been rebellious toward the Lord from the day I met you. But I fell on my knees in the Lord's presence 40 days and 40 nights, lying flat out because the Lord planned on wiping you out. But I prayed to the Lord. I said, Lord, my God, don't destroy your people, your own possession, whom you saved by your own power, whom you brought out of Egypt with a strong hand. Remember your servants, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Don't focus on this people's stubbornness, wickedness, and sin. Otherwise, that land out of which you brought us will say, the Lord wasn't strong enough to bring them into the land he promised them. Because he didn't care for them in the least, he brought them out to die in the desert. But these are your people, your own possession, the people you brought out by your great power and by your outstretched arm.
Marc Kuhn, je lis dans le livre du Deutéronome, au chapitre 10. À cette époque-là, l'Éternel m'a dit, taille 2 tables de pierre pareilles aux premières et monte vers moi sur la montagne. Tu feras aussi un coffre en bois. J'écrirai sur ces tables les paroles qui étaient sur les premières tables que tu as brisées, et tu les mettras dans le coffre. J'ai fait un coffre en bois d'acacia. J'ai taillé 2 tables de pierre, pareilles aux premières, et je suis monté sur la montagne, les 2 tables dans la main. L'Éternel a écrit sur les tables ce qui avait été écrit sur les premières, les 10 paroles qu'il vous avait dites sur la montagne du milieu du feu, le jour de l'assemblée, et il me les a données. Je suis reparti et je suis descendu de la montagne. J'ai mis les tables dans le coffre que j'avais fait et elles sont restées là comme l'Éternel me l'avait ordonné. Les Israélites sont partis de Behéroth, Bené, Yakan pour Moséra. C'est là qu'est mort Aaron et qu'il a été enterré. Éléazar, son fils, lui a succédé en tant que grand prêtre. Ils sont partis de là pour Gudgoda et de Gudgoda pour Yotbata, région où il y a des cours d'eau. C'est à cette époque-là que l'Éternel a mis à part la tribu de Lévi et lui a ordonné de porter l'arche de l'alliance de son nom. l'arche de l'alliance de l'Éternel, de se tenir devant l'Éternel pour le servir et de bénir le peuple en son nom. C'est ce qu'elle a fait jusqu'à aujourd'hui. Voilà pourquoi Lévi n'a ni part ni héritage avec ses frères. L'Éternel est son héritage, comme l'Éternel ton Dieu le lui a dit. Je suis resté sur la montagne comme précédemment, 40 jours et 40 nuits. L'Éternel m'a exaucé encore cette fois, il n'a pas voulu te détruire. L'Éternel m'a dit, lève-toi, va marcher à la tête du peuple, qu'ils aillent prendre possession du pays que j'ai juré à leurs ancêtres de leur donner. Maintenant, Israël, que demande de toi l'Éternel ton Dieu? N'est-ce pas que tu craignes l'Éternel ton Dieu, afin de marcher dans toutes ses voies, que tu aimes et serves l'Éternel ton Dieu de tout ton cœur et de toute ton âme, que tu respectes les commandements de l'Éternel et ses prescriptions que je te donne aujourd'hui, afin d'être heureux? Voici, c'est à l'Éternel ton Dieu qu'appartiennent le ciel et les cieux des cieux, la terre et tout ce qu'elle contient. Et c'est à tes ancêtres seulement que l'Éternel s'est attaché pour les aimer. Après eux, c'est leur descendance. C'est vous qui l'a choisi parmi tous les peuples, comme vous le voyez aujourd'hui. Circoncisez donc votre cœur et ne vous montrez plus réfractaires. En effet, l'Éternel votre Dieu est le Dieu des dieux, le Seigneur des seigneurs, le Dieu grand, fort et redoutable. Il ne fait pas de favoritisme et n'accepte pas de pot de vin. Il fait droit à l'orphelin et à la veuve. Il aime l'étranger et lui donne de la nourriture et des vêtements. Vous aimerez l'étranger car vous avez été étranger en Égypte. C'est l'Éternel, ton Dieu, que tu craindras. C'est lui que tu serviras, c'est à lui que tu t'attacheras, et c'est par son nom que tu prêteras serment. Il est ta gloire, il est ton Dieu. C'est lui qui a fait au milieu de toi les actes grands et redoutables que tes yeux ont vus. Tes ancêtres étaient au nombre de 70 lorsqu'ils sont descendus en Égypte. Et maintenant, l'Éternel, ton Dieu, a fait de toi une multitude aussi nombreuse que les étoiles du ciel. Deutéronome, chapitre 11. Tu aimeras l'Éternel, ton Dieu, et tu respecteras toujours ses ordres, ses prescriptions, ses règles et ses commandements. Reconnaissez aujourd'hui, car je ne parle pas à vos enfants qui n'ont pas connu ni vu tout cela, la façon dont l'Éternel, votre Dieu, vous a éduqués, sa grandeur, sa puissance et sa force, les signes et les actes qu'il a accomplis au milieu de l'Égypte, contre le Pharaon, roi d'Égypte, et contre tout son pays. Reconnaissez ce qu'il a fait à l'armée égyptienne, à ses chevaux et à ses chars, la façon dont il a fait couler sur eux l'eau de la mer, des roseaux lorsqu'il vous poursuivait et les a détruits pour toujours. Reconnaissez ce qu'il a fait pour vous dans le désert jusqu'à votre arrivée ici, ce qu'il a fait à Dathan et à Abiram, les fils d'Éliab, descendants de Ruben, la façon dont la terre s'est entr'ouverte et les a engloutis, avec leurs familles et leurs tentes et tous leurs partisans au milieu de tout Israël. Oui, ce sont vos yeux qui ont vu toutes les grandes choses que l'Éternel a faites. Vous respecterez donc tous les commandements que je vous prescris aujourd'hui, afin d'avoir la force de prendre possession du pays dont vous allez vous emparer, et afin de vivre longtemps sur le territoire que l'Éternel a juré à vos ancêtres de leur donner, à eux et à leur descendance. C'est un pays où coule le lait et le miel. En effet, le pays que tu vas posséder n'est pas comme l'Égypte d'où vous êtes sortis. Tu jetais ta semence dans les champs et tu devais les irriguer toi-même comme un jardin potager. Le pays que vous allez posséder est un pays de montagnes et de vallées, qui boit l'eau de pluie du ciel. C'est un pays dont l'Éternel ton Dieu prend soin et sur lequel l'Éternel ton Dieu a constamment les yeux du début à la fin de l'année. Si vous obéissez aux commandements que je vous prescris aujourd'hui, si vous aimez l'Éternel, votre Dieu, et si vous le servez de tout votre cœur et de toute votre âme, Je donnerai, au moment voulu, la pluie à votre pays, les premières et les dernières pluies, et tu récolteras ton blé, ton vin nouveau et ton huile. Je mettrai aussi dans tes champs de l'herbe pour ton bétail, et tu mangeras à satiété. Veillez bien sur vous-même. Ne vous laissez pas persuader dans votre cœur de vous détourner pour servir d'autres dieux et vous prosterner devant eux. La colère de l'Éternel s'enflammerait, alors contre vous il fermerait le ciel et il n'y aurait pas de pluie. La terre ne donnerait plus ses produits et vous mourriez bien vite dans le bon pays que l'Éternel vous donne. Mettez mes commandements dans votre cœur et dans votre âme. Vous les attacherez comme un signe sur vos mains et ils seront comme une marque entre vos yeux. Vous les enseignerez à vos enfants et vous leur en parlerez quand tu seras chez toi, quand tu seras en voyage, quand tu te coucheras et quand tu te lèveras. Tu les écriras sur les montants de la porte de ta maison et sur les portes de tes villes. Alors votre vie et celle de vos enfants dans le pays que l'Éternel a juré à vos ancêtres de leur donner dureront aussi longtemps que le ciel au-dessus de la terre. En effet, si vous respectez tous les commandements que je vous prescris, si vous les mettez en pratique en aimant l'Éternel votre Dieu, en marchant dans toutes ses voies et en vous attachant à lui, l'Éternel chassera toutes ces nations devant vous et vous vous rendrez maître de nations plus grandes et plus puissantes que vous. Tout endroit que foulera la plante de votre pied vous appartiendra. Votre frontière s'étendra du désert au Liban et de l'Euphrate jusqu'à la mer Méditerranée. Personne ne vous résistera. Comme il vous l'a promis, l'Éternel, votre Dieu, répandra la frayeur et la peur vis-à-vis de vous sur tout le pays où vous marcherez. Regarde, je mets aujourd'hui devant vous la bénédiction et la malédiction. La bénédiction, si vous obéissez au commandement de l'Éternel, votre Dieu, que je vous prescris aujourd'hui. La malédiction, si vous n'obéissez pas au commandement de l'Éternel, votre Dieu, et si vous vous détournez de la voie que je vous prescris aujourd'hui pour suivre d'autres dieux, des dieux que vous ne connaissez pas. Lorsque l'Éternel, ton Dieu, t'aura fait entrer dans le pays dont tu vas prendre possession, tu prononceras la bénédiction sur le mont Garizim et la malédiction sur le mont Ébal. Ces montagnes ne se situent-elles pas de l'autre côté du Jourdain, en direction de l'ouest, dans le pays des Cananéens qui habitent dans la plaine, vis-à-vis de Gilgal, près des chênes de Morée? Vous allez passer le Jourdain pour entrer en possession du pays que l'Éternel, votre Dieu, vous donne. Vous le posséderez et vous y habiterez. Vous respecterez et mettrez en pratique toutes les prescriptions et les règles que je vous prescris aujourd'hui.
Hello, I'm Josh Wallace, and I am reading Deuteronomy chapter 12. These are the regulations and the case laws that you must carefully keep in the fertile land the Lord your ancestors' God has given you to possess for as long as you live on that land. You must completely destroy every place where the nations that you are displacing worshipped their gods, whether on high mountains or hills under leafy green trees. Rip down their altars and shatter their sacred stones, burn their sacred poles with fire, hack their gods' idols into pieces, wipe out their names from that place. Don't act like they did toward the Lord your God. Instead, you must search for the location the Lord your God will select from all your tribes to put his name there as his residence, and you must go there. You must bring your entirely burned offerings, your sacrifices, your 10th part gifts, your contributions, your payments for solemn promises, your spontaneous gifts, and the oldest offspring of your herds and flocks to that place. You will have a feast there, each of you and your families in the Lord's presence, and you will celebrate all you have done because the Lord your God has blessed you. Don't act like we've been acting here lately, everyone doing what seems right to them. because up to this point you haven't yet reached the place of rest or the inheritance the Lord your God has given you. But you are about to cross the Jordan River and will settle in the land the Lord your God is giving you as an inheritance. Then he will give you rest from all your enemies on every side, so that you live safely and securely. At that point, you must bring all that I am commanding you, your entirely burned offerings, your sacrifices, your 10th part gifts, your contributions, and all your best payments that you solemnly promised to the Lord, to the location the Lord your God selects for his name to reside. Then you will rejoice in the Lord your God's presence. Each of you, your sons and daughters, your male and female servants, and the Levites who dwell in your cities, because they have no designated inheritance. But watch yourself. Make sure you don't offer up your entirely burned offerings in just any place you see. No, only at the location the Lord selects from one of your tribal areas. That's where you must offer up your entirely burned offerings, and that's where you must perform everything I'm telling you. However, whenever you wish, you may slaughter and eat meat as the Lord your God sees fit to bless you with such in your cities. People who are polluted and people who are purified can join the feast, as they would if they were eating gazelle or deer. But you must not consume any of the animal's blood. Pour it out on the ground just like water. Within your cities, you are not allowed to eat any of the following: your 10th part gifts of grain, wine, and oil, the oldest offspring of your herds and flocks, any of the payments you have solemnly promised, your spontaneous gifts, or your contributions. Only in the presence of the Lord your God, at the location the Lord your God selects, can you eat these things. That holds true for you, your son and daughter, your male and female servant, and the Levite who lives in your city. Then celebrate all you have done in the Lord your God's presence. But watch yourself. As long as you are on the land, don't forget about the Levites. Once the Lord your God has enlarged your territory, as he promised you, and you think to yourself, I'd like to eat some meat, because you have the desire to do so, feel free to do so whenever you want. But if the location that the Lord your God will choose to put his name is far away from where you live, then slaughter an animal from your herd or flock that the Lord has given you, just as I have commanded you, and eat it in your cities whenever you wish. But be sure to eat it as if it were gazelle or deer. People who are polluted and people who are purified can feast on it together. Furthermore, make sure you don't consume any of the blood, because blood is life. You must not consume the life along with the meat. You must not consume any of it. Pour it out on the ground just like water. You must not consume any of it, so that things go well for you and for your children later, because you did what was right in the Lord's eyes. Note that you must bring your sacred offerings and your payments for solemn promises to the location the Lord selects, offering up your entirely burned sacrifices, both meat and blood, on the Lord your God's altar. The blood from your sacrifices must be poured out on the Lord your God's altar, but you are allowed to eat the meat. Observe and obey all these words that I am commanding you, so that things always go well for you and your children later, because you did what was good and right in the Lord your God's eyes. Once the Lord your God has removed from before you all the nations that you are entering and taking possession of, and you have displaced them and are living in their land, then watch yourself. Don't be trapped by following their practices after they've been wiped out before you. Don't go investigating their gods, thinking, how did these nations worship their gods? I want to do the very same thing. Don't act like they did toward the Lord your God, because they did things for their gods that are detestable to the Lord, which he hates. They even burned their own sons and daughters with fire for their gods. Everything I'm commanding you, you must do it with utmost care. Don't add anything to it or take anything away from it.
Hola, mi nombre es Diego Castro de Colombia y voy a estar leyendo Deuteronomio 13, 14 y 15. Deuteronomio 13. Cuando se levantare en medio de ti profeta o soñador de sueños, y te anunciare señal o prodigios, y si se cumpliere la señal o prodigio que él te anunció, diciendo, vamos en pos de dioses ajenos que no conociste, y servámosle, no darás oído a las palabras de tal profeta, ni a tal soñador de sueños, porque Jehová vuestro Dios os está probando, para saber si amáis a Jehová vuestro Dios con todo vuestro corazón y con toda vuestra alma. En pos de Jehová vuestro Dios andaréis, a él temeréis y guardaréis sus mandamientos y escucharéis su voz. A él serviréis y a él seguiréis. Tal profeta o soñador de sueños ha de ser muerto, por cuanto aconsejó rebelión contra Jehová, vuestro Dios que te sacó de tierra de Egipto y te rescató de casa de servidumbre y trató de apartarte del camino por el cual Jehová tu Dios te mandó que anduvieses, y así quitarás el mal de en medio de ti. Si te incitare tu hermano, hija de madre, o tu hijo, o tu hija, tu mujer, o tu amigo íntimo, diciendo en secreto, vamos y sirvamos a dioses ajenos, que ni tú ni tus padres conocisteis, de los dioses de los pueblos que están en vuestros alrededores, cerca de ti o lejos de ti, desde un extremo de la tierra hasta el otro extremo de ella, no consentirás con él, ni le prestarás oído, ni tu ojo le comparecerá ni le tendrás misericordia, ni lo encubrirás, sino que lo matarás. Tu mano se alzará primero sobre él para matarle, y después la mano de todo el pueblo. Le apedrearás hasta que muera, por cuanto procuró apartarte de Jehová tu Dios, que te sacó de tierra de Egipto, de casa de servidumbre, para que todo Israel oiga y tema, y no vuelva a hacer en medio de ti cosa semejante a esta. Si oyeres que se dice de alguna de tus ciudades que Jehová tu Dios te da para vivir en ellas, que han salido de en medio de ti hombres impíos que han instigado a los moradores de su ciudad, diciendo, vamos y sirvamos a dioses ajenos que vosotros no conocisteis, tú inquirirás y buscarás y preguntarás con diligencia. Y si pareciese verdad, cosa cierta, que tal abominación se hizo en medio de ti, irreversiblemente herirás a filo de espada a los moradores de aquella ciudad, destruyéndola con todo lo que en ella hubiere. Y también matarás sus ganados a filo de espada, y juntarás todo su botín en medio de la plaza, y consumirás con fuego la ciudad y todo su botín, todo ello, como holocausto a Jehová tu Dios, y llegará a ser un montón de ruinas para siempre. Nunca más será edificada. Y no se pegará a tu mano nada del anatema para que Jehová se aparte del ardor de su ira y tenga de ti misericordia, y tenga compasión de ti y te multiplique como lo juró a tus padres. Cuando obedecieres a la voz de Jehová tu Dios, guardando todos sus mandamientos que yo te mando hoy para hacerlo recto ante los ojos de Jehová tu Dios. Deuteronomio 14. Hijos sois de Jehová vuestro Dios, no os asajaréis ni os reparéis a causa del muerto, porque eres pueblo santo a Jehová tu Dios, y Jehová te ha escogido para que le seas un pueblo único entre todos los pueblos que están sobre la tierra. Animales limpios e inmundos. Nada abominable comerás. Estos son los animales que podréis comer: el buey, la oveja, la cabra, el ciervo, la gacela, el corzo, la cabra montés, el ibice, el antílope y el carnero montés, y todo animal de pezuñas que tiene hendidura de 2 uñas, y que rumiare entre los animales, ese podréis comer. Pero estos no comeréis entre los que rumian o entre los que tienen pezuña hendida, camello, liebre y conejo, porque rumían, mas no tienen pezuña hendida, serán inmundos. Ni cerdo, porque tiene pezuña hendida, mas no rumia, o será inmundo. De la carne de estos no comeréis y tocaréis sus cuerpos muertos. De todo lo que está en el agua, de esto podréis comer. Todo lo que tiene aleta y escama, mas todo lo que tiene aleta y escama no comeréis. Inmundo será. Toda ave limpia podréis comer, y estas son las que no podréis comer: el águila, el quebrantahuesos, el azor, el gallinazo, el milano según su especie, todo cuervo según su especie, el avestruz, la lechuza, la gaviota y el gavilán según sus especies, el búho, el ibis, el calamón, el pelícano, el buitre, el somormujo, la cigüeña, la garza según su especie, la abubilla y el murciélago. Todo insecto alado será inmundo, no se comerá. Toda ave limpia podréis comer. Ninguna cosa mortecina comeréis. El extranjero que está en tus poblaciones le darás, y él podrá comerla, o véndela a un extranjero, porque tú eres pueblo santo a Jehová tu Dios. No conocerás el cabrito en la leche de su madre. La ley del diezmo. Indefectiblemente diezmarás todo el producto del grano que rindiere tu campo cada año, y comerás delante de Jehová tu Dios en el lugar que él escogiere para poner allí su nombre. El diezmo de tu grano, de tu vino y de tu aceite, y las primicias de tus manadas y de tus ganados, para que aprendas a temer a Jehová tu Dios todos los días. Y si el camino fuere tan largo que no puedas llevarlo, por estar lejos de ti el lugar que Jehová tu Dios hubiera escogido para poner en él su nombre, cuando Jehová tu Dios te bendijere, entonces lo venderás y guardarás el dinero en tu mano y vendrás al lugar que Jehová tu Dios escogiere. Y darás el dinero por todo lo que deseas, por vacas, por ovejas, por vino, por sidra o por cualquier cosa que tú deseares. Y comerás allí delante de Jehová tu Dios y te alegrarás tú y tu familia. Y no desampararás al levita que habitare en tus poblaciones, porque no tiene parte ni heredad contigo. Al fin de cada 3 años sacarás todo el diezmo de tus productos de aquel año y lo guardarás en tus ciudades. Y vendrá el levita, que no tiene parte ni heredad contigo, y el extranjero, el huérfano y la viuda que hubieren en tus poblaciones, y comerán y serán saciados, para que Jehová tu Dios te bendiga en toda obra que tus manos hicieren. Deuteronomio 15, el año de remisión. Cada 7 años hará remisión, y esta es la manera de la remisión. Perdonará a su deudor todo aquel que hizo empréstito de su mano, con el cual obligó a su prójimo. No lo demandará más a su prójimo o a su hermano, porque es pregón nada la remisión de Jehová. Del extranjero demandarás el reintegro, pero lo que tu hermano tuviere tuyo, lo perdonará tu mano, para que así no haya en medio de ti mendigo, porque Jehová te bendecirá con abundancia en la tierra que Jehová tu Dios te da por heredad, para que la tomes en posesión. Si escuchares fielmente la voz de Jehová tu Dios, para guardar y cumplir todos estos mandamientos que yo te ordeno hoy, ya que Jehová tu Dios te habrá bendecido, como te ha dicho, prestarás entonces a muchas naciones, mas tú tomarás prestado. Mas tú no tomarás prestado, tendrás dominio sobre muchas naciones, pero sobre ti no tendrán dominio. Préstamos a los pobres. Cuando haya en medio de ti menesteroso de alguna de tus hermanos en alguna de tus ciudades, en la ciudad que Jehová tu Dios te da, no endurecerás tu corazón ni cerrarás tu mano contra tu hermano pobre, sino abrirás a él tu mano liberalmente, y en efecto le prestarás lo que necesite. Guárdate de tener en tu corazón pensamiento perverso, diciendo: cerca está el año séptimo, el de la remisión, y mires como malos a los ojos de tu hermano menesteroso para no darle, porque él podrá clamar contra ti a Jehová y se te contará por pecado. Si falta le darás, sin falta le darás, y no serás de mezquino corazón cuando le des, porque por ello te bendecirá Jehová tu Dios en todos tus hechos y en todo lo que emprendas, porque no faltarán menesterosos en medio de la tierra. Por eso yo te mando, diciendo: abrirás tu mano a tu hermano, al pobre y al menesteroso de tu tierra. Leyes sobre esclavos. Si se vendiere a ti tu hermano hebreo o hebrea y te hubiere servido 6 años, al séptimo le despedirás libre. Y cuando lo despidieres libre, no le enviarás con las manos vacías. Le abastecerás liberalmente de tus ovejas, de tu era y de tu lugar. Le darás de aquello en que Jehová te hubiese bendecido. Y te acordarás de que fuiste siervo en la tierra de Egipto y que Jehová tu Dios te rescató. Por tanto, yo te mando esto hoy. Si él te dijere: no te dejaré, porque te ama a ti y a tu casa y porque le va bien contigo, entonces tomarás una lesna y horadarás su oreja contra la puerta, y serás tu siervo para siempre. Así también harás a tu criada. No te parezca duro cuando le envieres libre, pues con la mitad del costo de un jornalero te sirvió 6 años, y Jehová tu Dios te bendecirá en todo cuanto hicieres. Consagrarás a Jehová tu Dios todo primogénito, macho de tus vacas y de tus ovejas. No te servirás del primogénito de tus vacas, ni trasquilarás el primogénito de tus ovejas. Delante de Jehová tu Dios los comerás cada año, tú y tu familia, en el lugar que Jehová escogiere. Y si hubiere en él defecto, si fuere ciego o cojo, o hubiere en él cualquier falta, no lo sacrificarás a Jehová tu Dios. En tus poblaciones lo comerás, el inmundo lo mismo que el impío comerán de él, el limpio comerá de él, como de una gacela o de un ciervo, solamente que no comas su sangre, porque la tierra la derramarás como agua. Amén.
My name is Jen Shank. I will be reading from Deuteronomy chapters 16 and 17. Wait for the month of Abib, at which time you must perform the Passover for the Lord your God. Because the Lord your God brought you out of Egypt at nighttime during the month of Abib. Offer a Passover sacrifice from the flock or herd to the Lord your God at the location the Lord selects for his name to reside. You must not eat anything containing yeast along with it. Instead, for 7 days, you must eat unleavened bread, bread symbolizing misery along with it, because you fled Egypt in a great hurry. Do this so you remember the day you fled Egypt for as long as you live. No dough with yeast should appear in any of your territory for 7 days. Furthermore, none of the meat that you sacrificed on the first night should remain until morning. You are not permitted to offer the Passover sacrifice in any of the cities that the Lord your God is giving you. Instead, you must offer the Passover sacrifice at the location the Lord your God selects for his name to reside at evening time when the sun sets, which was the time you fled Egypt. Cook it and eat it in the location that the Lord your God selects. The next morning, you can return to your tents. For 6 days, you will eat unleavened bread. The 7th day will be a celebration for the Lord your God. Don't do any work. Count out 7 weeks, starting the count from the beginning of the grain harvest. At that point, perform the Festival of Weeks for the Lord your God. Offer a spontaneous gift in precise measure with the blessing the Lord your God gives you. Then celebrate in the presence of the Lord your God. You, your sons, your daughters, your male and female servants, the Levites who live in your cities, the immigrants, the orphans, and the widows who are among you, in the location the Lord your God selects for his name to reside. Remember how each of you was a slave in Egypt, so follow these regulations most carefully. Once you have collected the food and drink you need, perform the Festival of Booths for 7 days. Celebrate your festival. You, your sons, your daughters, your male and female servants, the Levites, the immigrants, the orphans, and the widows who live in your cities. 7 days you must perform the festival for the Lord your God in the location the Lord selects, because the Lord your God will bless you in all you do and in all your work. You will be overjoyed. 3 times a year, every male among you must appear before the presence of the Lord your God in the location he will select, at the festival of unleavened bread, the festival of weeks, and the festival of booths. They must not appear before the Lord's presence empty-handed. Each one should have his gift in hand, in precise measure with the blessing the Lord your God gives you. Appoint judges and officials for each of your tribes in every city that the Lord your God gives you. They must judge the people fairly. Don't delay justice. Don't show favoritism. Don't take bribes, because bribery blinds the vision of the wise and twists the words of the righteous. Righteousness. Pursue righteousness so that you live long and take possession of the land that the Lord your God is giving you. Don't plant any tree to serve as a sacred pole next to the altar you make for the Lord your God. Don't set up any sacred stone either, because the Lord your God hates such things. Don't sacrifice to the Lord your God any oxen or sheep that have defects of any kind, because that is detestable to the Lord your God. If someone, whether male or female, is found in your community, in one of the cities the Lord your God is giving you, who does evil in the Lord your God's eyes by breaking God's covenant, by following and serving other gods, and by bowing down to them, to the sun or the moon or any of the heavenly bodies that I haven't permitted, and you hear news about it, then you must look into this situation very carefully. And if it's definitely true that this detestable thing was done in Israel, then you must bring out the man or woman who has done this evil thing to the gates of the city. Stone that person until he or she is dead. Capital punishment must be decided by 2 or 3 witnesses. No one may be executed on the basis of only one testimony. In the execution, the hands of the witnesses must be against the guilty person from the start. The hand of all the people will be involved at the end. Remove such evil from your community. If some legal dispute in your cities is too difficult for you to decide, say between different kinds of bloodshed, different kinds of legal ruling, or different kinds of injury, then take it to the location the Lord your God selects. Go to the Levitical priests and to the head judge in office at that time and look into things there. They will announce to you the correct ruling. You must then act according to the ruling they announced to you from that location, the one the Lord selects. You must follow very carefully everything they instruct you to do. Act precisely according to the instruction they give you and the ruling they announce to you. Don't deviate even a bit from the word they announce. And whoever acts rashly by not listening to the priest who is in office serving the Lord your God or to the head judge will die. Remove such evil from Israel. All the people will hear about this and be afraid. They won't act arrogantly anymore. Once you have entered the land the Lord your God is giving you, and you have taken possession of it and settled down in it, you might say, let's appoint a king over us, as all our neighboring nations have done. You can indeed appoint over you a king that the Lord your God selects. You can appoint over you a king who is one of your fellow Israelites. You are not allowed to appoint over you a foreigner who is not one of your fellow Israelites. That granted, the king must not acquire too many horses, and he must not return the people to Egypt in order to acquire more horses, because the Lord told you, you will never go back by that road again. The king must not take numerous wives so that his heart doesn't go astray, nor can the king acquire too much silver and gold. Instead, when he sits on his royal throne, he himself must write a copy of this instruction on a scroll in the presence of the Levitical priests. That instruction must remain with him, and he must read in it every day of his life, so that he learns to revere the Lord his God by keeping all the words of this instruction and these regulations, by doing them, by not being overbearing toward his fellow Israelites, and by not deviating even a bit from the commandment. If the king does all that, he will ensure lasting rule in Israel for himself and for his successors.
Véronique Lavoué, Deutéronome 18 et 19. Les prêtres, les Lévites, toute la tribu de Lévi n'auront ni part ni héritage avec Israël. Ils se nourriront des sacrifices passés par le feu en l'honneur de l'Éternel et de la part qui lui revient. Ils n'auront pas d'héritage au milieu de leurs frères. C'est l'Éternel qui sera leur héritage, comme il le leur a dit. Voici la part à laquelle les prêtres auront droit sur le peuple, sur ceux qui offriront un sacrifice, un bœuf ou un agneau. On donnera aux prêtres la cuisse, les mâchoires et l'estomac. Tu lui donneras la première partie de ton blé, de ton vin nouveau et de ton huile, ainsi que de la toison de tes brebis. En effet, c'est lui que l'Éternel ton Dieu a choisi entre toutes tes tribus pour faire toujours le service au nom de l'Éternel, lui et ses descendants. Lorsque de son plein gré, un Lévite quittera l'une de tes villes, l'endroit où il habite en Israël, pour se rendre à l'endroit que l'Éternel choisira, et y faire le service au nom de l'Éternel ton Dieu, comme tous ses frères les Lévites qui se tiennent là devant l'Éternel, il recevra pour sa nourriture une portion égale à la leur. Il jouira de plus des revenus que lui aura procuré la vente de son patrimoine. Lorsque tu seras entré dans le pays que l'Éternel ton Dieu te donne, tu n'apprendras pas à imiter les pratiques abominables de ces nations-là. Qu'on ne trouve chez toi personne qui fasse passer son fils ou sa fille par le feu, et personne qui exerce le métier de devin, d'astrologue, d'augure, de sorcier, de magicien, personne qui consulte les esprits ou les spirites, personne qui interroge les morts. En effet, celui qui fait cela fait horreur à l'Éternel, et c'est à cause de ces pratiques abominables que l'Éternel, ton Dieu, va chasser ces nations devant toi. Tu seras tout entier à l'Éternel, ton Dieu. En effet, les nations que tu vas chasser écoutent les astrologues et les devins, mais toi, l'Éternel, ton Dieu, ne te le permet pas. L'Éternel, ton Dieu, fera surgir pour toi et du milieu de toi parmi tes frères un prophète, comme moi. C'est lui que vous devrez écouter. Il répondra ainsi à la demande que tu as faite à l'Éternel, ton Dieu, à Horeb, le jour de l'assemblée. Tu disais, je ne veux plus entendre la voix de l'Éternel, mon Dieu, ni voir ce grand feu, afin de ne pas mourir. L'Éternel m'a dit, ce qu'ils ont dit est bien. Je ferai surgir pour eux, de milieu de leurs frères, un prophète comme toi. Je mettrai mes paroles dans sa bouche, et il leur dira tout ce que je lui ordonnerai. Si quelqu'un n'écoute pas mes paroles, celles qu'il dira en mon nom, c'est moi qui lui en demanderai compte. Mais si un prophète a l'arrogance de dire en mon nom une parole que je ne lui ai pas ordonné de dire, ou parle au nom d'autres dieux, il sera puni de mort. Peut-être diras-tu dans ton cœur, comment reconnaîtrons-nous la parole que l'Éternel n'aura pas dite? Quand ce que dira le prophète n'aura pas lieu et n'arrivera pas, ce sera une parole que l'Éternel n'aura pas dite. C'est par arrogance que le prophète l'aura dite. N'aie pas peur de lui. Lorsque l'Éternel, ton Dieu, aura exterminé les nations dont il te donne le pays, lorsque tu les auras chassées et que tu habiteras dans leurs villes et dans leurs maisons, tu mettras 3 villes à part au milieu du pays dont l'Éternel, ton Dieu, te donne la possession. Tu établiras des routes pour y aller et tu diviseras en 3 parties le territoire que l'Éternel, ton Dieu, va te donner en héritage. Ce sera le cas afin que tout auteur d'un homicide puisse s'enfuir dans ces villes. Cette loi s'appliquera au meurtrier qui s'enfuira là pour sauver sa vie après avoir involontairement tué son prochain, sans avoir été son ennemi auparavant. C'est le cas, par exemple, d'un homme qui va couper du bois dans la forêt avec un autre homme. La hache en main, il s'élance pour abattre un arbre, le fer se détache du manche, atteint son compagnon et lui donne la mort. Alors l'homme pourra s'enfuir dans l'une de ces villes pour sauver sa vie. Cela permettra d'éviter que le vengeur du sang, échauffé par la colère et poursuivant l'auteur de l'homicide, ne finisse par l'atteindre, s'il y avait beaucoup de chemin à faire, et ne frappe mortellement un homme qui ne mérite pas la mort, puisqu'il n'était pas l'ennemi de son prochain auparavant. C'est pourquoi je te donne cet ordre de mettre 3 villes à part. L'Éternel, ton Dieu, va élargir tes frontières, comme il l'a juré à tes ancêtres, et te donner tout le pays qu'il a promis à tes ancêtres de te donner, pourvu que tu respectes tous les commandements que je prescris aujourd'hui, en les mettant en pratique, en aimant l'Éternel, ton Dieu, en marchant toujours dans ses voies. Tu ajouteras alors à ces 3 villes, 3 villes, afin que le sang innocent ne soit pas versé au milieu du pays que l'Éternel, ton Dieu, te donne en héritage, et que tu ne te rendes pas coupable de meurtre. Mais si un homme s'enfuit dans une de ces villes après avoir tendu des embuscades à son prochain par haine contre lui, après l'avoir attaqué et frappé de manière à causer sa mort, les anciens de la ville le feront arrêter et le livreront entre les mains du vengeur du sang afin qu'il meure. Ton regard sera sans pitié envers lui. Tu feras ainsi disparaître d'Israël le sang innocent et tu seras heureux. Tu ne reculeras pas les bornes de ton prochain, celles qu'ont posées tes ancêtres, dans l'héritage que tu auras au pays dont l'Éternel, ton Dieu, te donne la possession. Un seul témoin ne suffira pas contre un homme pour constater un crime ou un péché, quel qu'il soit. Un fait ne pourra être établi que sur la déposition de 2 ou 3 témoins. Lorsqu'un faux témoin se dressera contre quelqu'un pour l'accuser d'un crime, les 2 hommes en contestation comparaîtront devant l'Éternel, devant les prêtres, et les juges alors en fonction. Les juges feront avec soin les recherches. Le témoin est-il un faux témoin? A-t-il fait une fausse déposition contre son frère? Alors, vous le traiterez comme il avait l'intention de traiter son frère. Tu extirperas ainsi le mal du milieu de toi. Les autres en entendront parler et éprouveront de la crainte, et l'on ne commettra plus un acte aussi criminel au milieu de toi. Ton regard sera sans pitié, œil pour œil, dent pour dent, main pour main, pied pour pied.
I'm Hirokatano, and I'm reading the book of Deuteronomy, chapters 20 and 21 in Japanese. あなたが敵に向かって出陣するとき、馬や戦車、また自分よりも数の多い軍勢を見て恐れてはならない。エジプトの地からあなたを導き上ったあなたの神、主が共におられる。戦いの場に臨むときは、祭司は進み出て民に告げ、次のように言いなさい。聞け、イスラエルよ。あなた方は今日敵と戦おうとしている。気弱になるな。恐れるな。うろたえるな。敵の前でおののくな。あなた方の神、主が共に歩み、あなた方のために敵と戦い、あなた方を救うからである。役人たちは民に告げなさい。新しい家を建てて、まだ封建していない人はいないか。その人は家に帰りなさい。戦闘で死んで、他の人がそれを封建することにならないためである。ぶどうの苗を植えて、まだ収穫を得ていない人はいないか。その人は家に帰りなさい。戦闘で死んで、他の人が収穫を得ることにならないためである。女と婚約して結婚していない人はいないか。その人は家に帰りなさい。戦闘で死んで、他の人が彼女と結婚することにならないためである。役人たちはさらに民に告げなさい。恐れて気弱になっている者はいないか。その者は家に帰りなさい。その者の心のように、同胞の心がくじけないためである。役人たちが民に告げ終えたなら、将軍たちは民の先頭で指揮を取りなさい。あなたが町を攻めようとして近づくときは、まず降伏を勧告しなさい。その町が降伏を受諾し、門を開くならば、そこにいるすべての民は区役に服してあなたのために働くことになる。もし降伏に応じず、抗戦するならば、町を包囲しなさい。あなたの神、主は、その町をあなたの手に渡されるから、町の男をすべて 剣にかけて撃ち殺しなさい。ただし、女、子供、家畜、および町にあるものはすべて戦利品として奪い取ることができる。あなたはあなたの神、主があなたに与えられた敵からの戦利品を自由にしてもよい。このようにできるのは遠く離れた町に対してであって、次に挙げる国民の町に対してではない。あなたの神、主があなたに相続地として与えるこれらの民の町からは、息のあるものを決して生かしておいてはならない。ヘト人、アモリ人、カナン人、ペリジ人、ヒビ人、エブス人は、あなたの神、主が命じられたように、必ず滅ぼし尽くさなければならない。これは、彼らがその神々に対して行ってきたあらゆる忌むべき行いをあなた方に教えて行わせ、あなた方の神、主に対してあなた方が罪を犯すことのないためである。あなたが長期にわたって町を包囲し、これを占領しようと攻めるとき、斧を振るって町の木を切り倒してはならない。木は実が食料になるものだから切ってはならない。野の木はあなたの前から砦に逃げ込む人間であろうか。ただし、実がならないと分かっている木は切り倒し、その木で戦っている町に向かって塁を築き、町が陥落するまで攻めなさい。あなたの神、主があなたに所有させる土地で、殺されて野に倒れている人が見つかり、誰が殺したのかわからない場合、長老たちと裁き人たちはそこへ赴き、殺された者の周りにある町までの距離を測らなければならない。殺された者の最も近くにある町の長老たちは、まだ働かされたことも、くびきにつながれたこともない若い雌牛を選び、耕したことも種をまいたこともない、いつも水の流れが尽きない川辺に引いていき、その川で雌牛の首を折りなさい。それからレビ人である祭司が進み出る。彼らはあなたの神、主がご自身に仕えさせ、主の名によって祝福させるために選ばれたのであり、どのような訴訟も、どのような傷害事件も彼らの判断によるからである。死体の最も近くにある町の長老たちは皆、川で首を折られた雌牛の上で手を洗い、次のように証言しなければならない。私たちの手はこの血を流しておらず、目はそれを見ていません。主よ、あなたがあがない出されたあなたの民、イスラエルの罪を許してください。あなたの民、イスラエルの中で無実の血が流された責任を負わせないでください。こうして流された血の罪は許される。あなたが主の目にかなう正しいことを行うなら、あなたの中から無実の者の血を流した罪を取り除くことができる。あなたが敵に向かって出陣し、あなたの神、主が敵をあなたの手に渡され、あなたが捕虜を捕らえたとき、その中に美しい女がいて、心惹かれ、妻に迎えようとするならば、彼女を自分の家に連れて行ってもよい。彼女は髪を切り、 爪を切り、捕虜の衣服を脱いであなたの家に住む。彼女は自分の父と母のために1ヶ月の間嘆かなければならない。その後、あなたは彼女のところに入って夫となり、彼女はあなたの妻となる。もしあなたが彼女を気に入らなくなるなら、彼女を自由に去らせなければならない。決して銀で売ってはならない。彼女を恥ずかしめたのだから、彼女を奴隷のように扱ってはならない。ある人に2人の妻があり、1人は愛され、もう1人は疎まれていた。愛されている妻も、疎んじられている妻も、その人の子を産み、疎んじられていた妻の子が長子である場合、その人が息子たちに財産を継がせる日に、長子である疎んじられている妻の息子を差し置いて、愛されている妻の息子を長子とすることはできない。疎んじられている妻の息子を長子と認め、自分の全財産を分けるときに、2倍の分け前を与えなければならない。この息子が父の力の始めであり、長子の権利は彼のものだからである。ある人に頑なで反抗する息子があり、父の言うことも母の言うことも聞かず、父母が懲らしめても聞かない場合、両親は彼を捕らえて、その町の門にいる長老たちのところに連れて行き、町の長老たちに、私たちの息子は頑なで反抗し、私たちの言うことを聞かず、放蕩にふけり、大酒飲みです、と言いなさい。町の人々は皆彼を石で打ちなさい。彼は死ななければならない。あなたはこうして、あなたの中から悪を取り除きなさい。イスラエルは皆聞いて恐れるであろう。ある人に死刑にあたる罪があり、処刑される場合、あなたは彼を木にかけなければならない。あなたはその死体を夜通し木に残しておいてはならない。必ずその日のうちに葬らなければならない。木にかけられたものは神に呪われたものだからである。あなたはあなたの神、主があなたに相続地として与える土地を汚してはならない。
This is Melody Neufeld reading Deuteronomy 22 and 23. Don't just watch your fellow Israelites' ox or sheep wandering around and do nothing about it. You must return the animal to its owner. If the owner doesn't live nearby or you don't know who owns the animal, then you must take care of it. It should stay with you until your fellow Israelite comes looking for it, at which point you must return it to him. Do the same thing in the case of a donkey. Do the same thing in the case of a piece of clothing. Do the same thing in the case of anything that your fellow Israelite loses and you end up finding. You are not allowed to sit back and do nothing about it. Don't just watch your fellow Israelite donkey or ox fall down in the road and do nothing about it. You must help your fellow Israelite get the animal up again. Women must not wear men's clothes, and men must not wear women's clothes. Everyone who does such things is detestable to the Lord your God. If you come across a bird's nest along your way, whether in a tree or on the ground with baby birds or eggs, and the mother is sitting on the baby birds or eggs, do not remove the mother from her young. You must let the mother go, though you may take the young for yourself, so that things go well for you and you can prolong your life. Whenever you build a new house, you must build a railing for the roof so that you don't end up with innocent blood on your hands because someone fell off of it. Don't plant your vineyards with two types of seeds. Otherwise, the entire crop that you have planted and the produce of the vineyard will be unusable. Don't plow with an ox and a donkey together. Don't wear clothes that mix wool and linen together. Make tassels for the four corners of the coat you wear. Suppose a man gets married and consummates the marriage, but subsequently despises his wife. He then spreads false claims about her to the point that she has a bad reputation, because he has said such things as, I married this woman, but when I went to have sex with her, I couldn't find any proof that she was a virgin. At that point, the young woman's father and mother will bring proof of her virginity to the city's elders at the city gate. The young woman's father will say to the elders, I gave my daughter to this man to be his wife, but he doesn't like her anymore. That's why he has spread false claims about her, saying, I couldn't find any proof of that your daughter was a virgin. But look, here's proof of my daughter's virginity. At that point, they will spread out the blanket in front of the city's elders. The city's elders must then take that husband and punish him. They will fine him 100 silver shekels, giving that to the young woman's father, because that husband gave one of Israel's virgin daughters a bad reputation. Moreover, she must remain his wife. He is never allowed to divorce her. However, if the claim is true and proof of the young woman's virginity cannot be produced, then the city's elders will bring the young woman to the door of her father's house. The citizens of the city must stone her until she dies, because she acted so sinfully in Israel by having extramarital sex while still in her father's house. Remove such evil from your community. If a man is found having sex with a woman who is married to someone else, both of them must die, the man who was having sex with the woman and the woman herself. Remove such evil from Israel. If a young woman who is a virgin is engaged to one man and another man meets up with her in a town and has sex with her, you must bring both of them to the city gates there and stone them until they die. The young woman because she didn't call for help in the city, and the man because of the fact that he humiliated his neighbor's wife. Remove such evil from your community. But if the man met up with the engaged woman in a field, grabbing her and having sex with her there, only the man will die. Don't do anything whatsoever to the young woman. She hasn't committed any capital crime. Rather, this situation is exactly like the one where someone attacks his neighbor and kills him. Since the man met up with her in a field, the engaged woman may well have called out for help, but there was no one to rescue her. If a man meets up with a young woman who is a virgin and not engaged, grabs her and has sex with her, and they are caught in the act, the man who had sex with her must give 50 silver shekels to the young woman's father. She will also become his wife. Because he has humiliated her, he is never allowed to divorce her. A man cannot marry his father's former wife, so that his father's private matters are not exposed. No man whose testicles are crushed or whose penis is cut off can belong to the Lord's assembly. No one born of an illegitimate marriage can belong to the Lord's assembly either. Not even the 10th generation of such children can belong to the Lord's assembly. Amorites and Moabites can't belong to the Lord's assembly. Not even the 10th generation of such people can belong to the Lord's assembly as a rule, because they didn't help you with food or water on your journey out of Egypt, and because they hired Balaam, Beor's son, from Pethora of Mesopotamia to curse you. But the Lord your God wasn't interested in listening to Balaam. The Lord your God turned that curse into a blessing, because the Lord your God loves you. So don't be concerned with their health and well-being as long as you live. Don't detest Edomites because they are your relatives. Don't detest Egyptians because you are immigrants in their land. Children born to them are permitted to belong to the Lord's assembly, starting with the 3rd generation. When you are camped in battle against your enemies, Guard yourself from every possible evil. If an individual in the camp becomes polluted due to a nighttime emission, he must exit the camp area and not re-enter. When the next evening arrives, he must wash with water, and when the sun sets, he can come back to the camp. The latrines must be outside the camp. You will use them there, outside the camp. Carry a shovel with the rest of your gear. Once you have relieved yourself, use it to dig a hole, then refill it, covering your excrement. Do these things because the Lord your God travels with you right in the middle of your camp, ready to save you and to hand your enemies over to you. For this reason, your camp must be holy. The Lord must not see anything indecent among you, or he will turn away from you. Don't return slaves to owners if they've escaped and come to you. They can stay with you in your own community or in any place they select from one of your cities, whatever seems good to them. Don't oppress them. No Israelite daughter is allowed to be a consecrated worker. Neither is any Israelite son allowed to be a consecrated worker. Don't bring a female prostitute's fee or a male prostitute's payment to the Lord your God's temple to pay a solemn promise, because both of these things are detestable to the Lord your God. Don't charge your fellow Israelites interest, whether on money, provisions, or anything one might loan. You can charge foreigners interest, but not your fellow Israelite. Do this so that the Lord your God blesses you in all your work on the land you are entering to possess. When you make a promise to the Lord your God, don't put off making good on it, because the Lord your God will certainly be expecting it from you. Delaying would make you guilty. Now, if you simply don't make any promises, you won't be guilty of anything. But whatever you say, you should be sure to make good on, exactly according to the promise you freely made to the Lord your God, because you promised it with your own mouth. If you go into your neighbor's vineyard, you can eat as many grapes as you like until full, but don't carry any away in a basket. If you go into your neighbor's grain field, you can pluck ears by hand, but you aren't allowed to cut off any of your neighbor's grain with a sickle.
Hello, I am reading from Deuteronomy, chapter 24 till 26 in German. Wenn jemand eine Frau zur Ehe nimmt und sie nicht Gnade findet vor seinen Augen, weil er etwas Schändliches an ihr gefunden hat und er einen Scheidebrief schreibt und ihr in die Hand gibt und sie aus seinem Haus entlässt, und wenn sie dann aus seinem Hause gegangen ist und hingeht und wird eines anderen Frau, und dieser andere Mann ihrer auch überdrüssig wird und einen Scheidebrief schreibt und ihr in die Hand gibt und sie aus seinem Hause entlässt, oder wenn dieser andere Mann stirbt, der sie sich zur Frau genommen hatte, so kann sie ihr erster Mann, der sie entließ, nicht wieder zur Frau nehmen, nachdem sie unrein geworden ist, denn solches ist ein Greuel vor dem Herrn, damit du nicht Sünde über das Land bringst, das dir der Herr, dein Gott, zum Erbe gegeben hat. Wenn jemand sich kurz vorher eine Frau genommen hat, soll er nicht mit dem Heer ausziehen, und man soll ihm nichts auferlegen. Er soll frei in seinem Hause sein, 1 Jahr lang, dass er fröhlich sei mit seiner Frau, die er genommen hat. Du sollst nicht zum Pfande nehmen den unteren und oberen Mühlstein, denn damit hättest du das Leben zum Pfand genommen. Wenn jemand ergriffen wird, der von seinen Brüdern, den Israeliten, einen Menschen raubt und ihn gewalttätig behandelt oder ihn verkauft, solch ein Dieb soll sterben, dass du das Böse aus deiner Mitte wegtust. Hüte dich beim Auftreten von Aussatz, dass du alles genau hältst und tust, was dich die levitischen Priester lehren. Wie ich ihnen geboten habe, so sollt ihr es halten und danach tun. Bedenke, was der Herr, dein Gott, mit Miriam tat, auf dem Wege, als ihr aus Ägypten zogt. Wenn du deinem Nächsten irgendetwas borgst, so sollst du nicht in sein Haus gehen und ihm ein Pfand nehmen, sondern du sollst draußen stehen, und er, dem du borgst, soll sein Pfand zu dir herausbringen. Ist er aber bedürftig, so sollst du dich nicht schlafen legen mit seinem Pfand, sondern sollst ihm sein Pfand wiedergeben, wenn die Sonne untergeht, dass er in seinem Mantel schlafe und dich segne. So wird das deine Gerechtigkeit sein vor dem Herrn, deinem Gott. Dem Tagelöhner, der bedürftig und arm ist, sollst du seinen Lohn nicht vorenthalten. Er sei von deinen Brüdern oder den Fremdlingen, die in deinem Land und in deinen Städten sind, sondern du sollst ihm seinen Lohn am selben Tage geben, dass die Sonne nicht darüber untergehe, denn er ist bedürftig und verlangt danach, damit er nicht wider dich, den Herrn, anrufe und es dir zur Sünde werde. Die Väter sollen nicht für die Kinder, noch die Kinder für die Väter sterben, sondern ein jeder soll für seine Sünde sterben. Du sollst das Recht des Fremdlings und der Waise nicht beugen und sollst der Witwe nicht das Kleid zum Pfand nehmen. Denn du sollst daran denken, dass du Knecht in Ägypten gewesen bist und der Herr, dein Gott, dich von dort erlöst hat. Darum gebiete ich dir, dass du solches tust. Wenn du auf deinem Acker geerntet und eine Gabe vergessen hast auf dem Acker, so sollst du nicht umkehren, sie zu holen, sondern sie soll dem Fremdling, der Waise und der Witwe zufallen, auf dass dich der Herr, dein Gott, segne in allen deinen Händen, in allen Werken deiner Hände. Wenn du deine Ölbäume geschüttelt hast, so sollst du nicht nachschütteln, es soll dem Fremdling, der Waise und der Witwe zufallen. Wenn du einen Weinberg abgelesen hast, so sollst du nicht nachlesen, es soll dem Fremdling, der Waise und der Witwe zufallen. Denn du sollst daran denken, dass du Knecht in Ägyptenland gewesen bist, darum gebiete ich dir, dass du solches tust. Kapitel 25. Wenn eine Streitsache zwischen Männern ist und sie vor Gericht kommen und man sie richtet, so soll man den, der im Recht ist, gerecht sprechen und den Schuldigen schuldig sprechen. Und wenn der Schuldige Schläge verdient hat, soll ihn der Richter hinlegen lassen, und man soll ihm vor dem Richter eine Anzahl Schläge geben, nach dem Maß seiner Schuld. Wenn man ihm 40 Schläge gegeben hat, soll man nicht weiter schlagen, damit, wenn man mehr Schläge gibt, er nicht zu viel geschlagen werde und dein Bruder entehrt werde in deinen Augen. Du sollst dem Ochsen, der da drischt, nicht das Maul verbinden. Wenn Brüder beieinander wohnen und einer stirbt ohne Söhne, so soll seine Witwe nicht die Frau eines Mannes aus einer anderen Sippe werden, sondern ihr Schwager soll zu ihr gehen und sie zur Frau nehmen und mit ihr die Schwagerehe schließen. Und der erste Sohn, den sie gebiert, soll gelten als der Sohn seines verstorbenen Bruders, damit dessen Name nicht ausgetilgt werde aus Israel. Gefällt es aber dem Mann nicht, seine Schwägerin zu nehmen, so soll sie, seine Schwägerin, hingehen ins Tor vor die Ältesten und sagen: Mein Schwager weigert sich, seinem Bruder seinen Namen zu erhalten in Israel und will mich nicht ehelichen. Dann sollen ihn die Ältesten der Stadt zu sich rufen und mit ihm reden. Wenn er aber darauf besteht und spricht, es gefällt mir nicht, sie zu nehmen, so soll seine Schwägerin zu ihm treten vor den Ältesten und ihm den Schuh vom Fuß ziehen und ihm ins Gesicht speien und soll antworten und sprechen: So soll man tun einem jeden Mann, der seines Bruders Haus nicht bauen will. Und sein Name soll in Israel heißen, des Barfüßers Hause. Wenn zwei Männer gegeneinander handgreiflich werden und des einen Frau läuft hinzu, um ihren Mann zu erretten von der Hand dessen, der ihn schlägt, und sie streckt ihre Hand aus und ergreift ihn bei seiner Scham, so sollst du ihr die Hand abhauen, und dein Auge soll sie nicht verschonen. Du sollst nicht zweierlei Gewicht, groß und klein, in deinem Beutel haben, und in deinem Hause soll nicht zweierlei Maß, groß und klein sein. Du sollst ein volles und gerechtes Gewicht und ein volles und rechtes Gewicht im Maß haben, auf das dein Leben lange währe in dem Lande, das dir der Herr, dein Gott, geben wird. Denn wer das tut,
der ist dem Herrn, deinem Gott, ein Greuel, ein jeder, der übel tut. Denke daran, was dir die Amalekiter taten auf dem Wege, als ihr aus Ägypten zogt, wie sie dich unterwegs angriffen und deine Nachzügler erschlugen, alle die Schwachen, die hinter dir zurückgeblieben waren, als du müde und matt warst, und wie sie Gott nicht fürchteten. Wenn nun der Herr, dein Gott, dich vor allen deinen Feinden ringsumher zur Ruhe bringt im Lande, das dir der Herr, dein Gott, zum Erbe gibt, es einzunehmen, so sollst du die Erinnerung an die Amalekiter austilgen unter dem Himmel, das vergiss nicht. Kapitel 26. Wenn du in das Land kommst, das dir der Herr, dein Gott, zum Erbe geben wird, und es einnimmst und darin wohnst, so sollst du nehmen die Erstlinge aller Feldfrüchte, die du von deinem Lande einbringst, das der Herr dein Gott dir gibt, und sollst sie in einen Korb legen und hingehen an die Stätte, die der Herr dein Gott erwählen wird, dass sein Name daselbst wohne, und sollst zu dem Priester kommen, der zu der Zeit sein wird, um zu ihm sagen: Ich bekenne heute dem Herrn, deinem Gott, dass ich gekommen bin in das Land, das der Herr, wie er unseren Vätern geschworen hat, uns geben wollte. Und der Priester soll den Korb aus deiner Hand nehmen und ihn vor dem Altar des Herrn, deines Gottes, niedersetzen. Dann sollst du anbeten und sagen vor dem Herrn, deinem Gott: Mein Vater war ein Aramäer, dem Umkommen nahe, und zog hinab nach Ägypten und war dort ein Fremdling mit wenig Leuten und wurde dort ein großes, starkes und zahlreiches Volk. Aber die Ägypter behandelten uns schlecht und bedrückten uns und legten uns einen harten Dienst auf. Da schrien wir zu dem Herrn, dem Gott unserer Väter, und der Herr erhörte unser Schreien und sah unser Elend, unsere Angst und Not, und führte uns aus Ägypten mit mächtiger Hand und ausgereckten Arm und mit großem Schrecken, durch Zeichen und Wunder, und brachte uns an diese Stätte und gab uns dies Land, darin Milch und Honig fließt. Nun bringe ich die Erstlinge der Früchte des Landes, das du, Herr, mir gegeben hast. Du sollst sie niederlegen vor dem Herrn, deinem Gott, und anbeten vor dem Herrn, deinem Gott, und sollst fröhlich sein über alles Gut, das der Herr, dein Gott, dir und deinem Hause gegeben hat, du und der Levit und der Fremdling, der bei dir lebt. Wenn du den Zehnten deines ganzen Ertrages zusammengebracht hast, im 3. Jahr, das ist das 10. Jahr, so sollst du ihn dem Levit, dem Fremdling, der Waise und der Witwe geben, dass sie in deiner Stadt essen und satt werden. Und du sollst sprechen vor dem Herrn, deinem Gott: Ich habe aus meinem Hause gebracht, was geheiligt ist, und hab's gegeben, den Leviten, den Fremdlingen und den Waisen und den Witwen, ganz nach deinem Gebot, das du mir geboten hast. Ich habe deine Gebote nicht übertreten noch vergessen. Ich habe nichts davon gegessen, als ich in Trauer war. Ich habe nichts davon weggebracht, als ich unrein war. Ich habe nichts davon gegeben als Gabe für die Toten. Ich bin der Stimme des Herrn, meines Gottes, gehorsam gewesen und habe alles getan, wie du es mir geboten hast. Sieh nur herab von deiner heiligen Wohnung vom Himmel und segne dein Volk Israel und das Land, das du uns gegeben hast, wie du unseren Vätern geschworen hast, ein Land, darin Milch und Honig fließt. Heute gebietet dir der Herr, dein Gott, dass du tust nach allen diesen Geboten und Rechten, dass du sie hältst und danach tust von ganzem Herzen und von ganzer Seele. Du hast dir heute vom Herrn sagen lassen, dass er dein Gott sein wolle und dass du sollest in allen seinen Wegen wandeln und halten deine Gesetze, seine Gesetze, Gebote und Rechte und seiner Stimme gehorchen. Und der Herr hat dich heute sagen lassen, dass du sein eigenes Volk sein wollest, wie er dir zugesagt hat, und alle seine Gebote halten wolltest, und dass er dich zum Höchsten über alle Völker machen werde, die er geschaffen hat. Und du gerühmt, gepriesen und geehrt werdest, damit du dem Herrn, deinem Gott, ein heiliges Volk seist, wie er zugesagt hat.
Robert Martins, Deuteronomy 27.
Then Moses and Israel's elders commanded the people, keep all of the commandments that I am giving you right now. The same day you cross the Jordan River to enter the land the Lord your God is giving you, set up large stones and cover them with plaster. Once you have crossed over, write on the stones all the words of this instruction, because you will have entered the land the Lord your God is giving to you, a land full of milk and honey, exactly as the Lord your ancestors' God promised you. Once you have crossed over the Jordan River, set up these stones that I'm telling you about right now on Mount Ebal. Cover them with plaster and build an altar there for the Lord your God, an altar of stones that have not been cut with iron tools. You must build the Lord your God's altar with uncut stones. Then offer up on that altar entirely burned sacrifices to the Lord your God. Offer up well-being sacrifices and eat them there, celebrating in the Lord your God's presence. Make sure to write all the words of this instruction on the stones plainly and clearly. Then Moses and the Levitical priests said to all Israel, quiet down and listen, Israel. This very moment you have become the people of the Lord your God. So obey the Lord your God's voice. Do his commandments and his regulations that I'm giving you right now. That same day, Moses commanded the people, once you have crossed over the Jordan River, the following tribes will stand on Mount Gerizim to bless the people: Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, Joseph, and Benjamin. And these are the tribes that will stand on Mount Ebal for the cursing: Reuben, Gad, Asher, Zebulun, Dan, and Naphtali. The Levites will address every individual Israelite with a loud voice. Cursed is anyone who makes an idol or an image, things detestable to the Lord, made by artisans, and sets it up secretly. All the people will reply, we agree. Cursed is anyone who belittles their father or mother. All the people will reply, we agree. Cursed is anyone who tampers with their neighbor's property lines. All the people will reply, we agree. Cursed is anyone who misleads a blind person on a road. All the people will reply, we agree. Cursed is anyone who obstructs the legal rights of immigrants, orphans, or widows. All the people will reply, we agree. Cursed is anyone who has sex with his father's wife, because that exposes his father's private matters. All the people will reply, we agree. Cursed is anyone who has sex with any kind of animal. All the people will reply, we agree. Cursed is anyone who has sex with his sister, whether his father's daughter or his mother's daughter. All the people will reply, we agree. Cursed is anyone who has sex with his mother-in-law. All the people will reply, we agree. Cursed is anyone who kills his neighbor in secret. All the people will reply, we agree. Cursed is anyone who accepts money to kill an innocent person. All the people will reply, we agree. Cursed is anyone who doesn't support the words of this instruction by carrying them out. All the people will reply, we agree.
My name is Luke Unruh, and I will be reading Deuteronomy chapter 28, all 68 verses. Now, if you really obey the Lord your God's voice by carefully keeping all his commandments that I am giving you right now, then the Lord your God will set you high above all nations on earth. All these blessings will come upon you and find you if you obey the Lord your God's voice. You will be blessed in the city and blessed in the field. Your own fertility, your soil's produce, and your livestock's offspring, the young of both cattle and flocks, will be blessed. Your basket and your kneading bowl will be blessed. You will be blessed when you are out and about, and blessed when you come back. The Lord will defeat any enemies who attack you. They will come against you from one direction, but will run for their lives away from you in 7 different directions. The Lord will command the blessing to be with you in your barns and on all the work you do, and he will bless you on the land the Lord your God is giving you. The Lord will establish you as his own, a holy nation, just as he swore to you, if you keep the Lord your God's commandments and walk in his ways. All the earth's peoples will see that you are called by the Lord's name, and they will be in awe of you. The Lord will make good things abound for you, whether the fertility of your womb, your livestock's offspring, or your fertile soil's produce, on the very land that the Lord swore to your ancestors to give to you. The Lord will open up for you his own well-stocked storehouse, the heavens, providing your land with rain at just the right time and blessing all your work. You will lend to many nations, but you won't have any need to borrow. The Lord will make you the head of things, not the tail. You will be at the top of things, not the bottom, as long as you obey the Lord your God's commandments that I'm commanding you right now by carefully doing them. Don't deviate even a bit from any of these words that I'm commanding you right now by following other gods and serving them. But if you don't obey the Lord your God's voice by carefully doing all his commandments and his regulations that I am commanding you right now, all these curses will come upon you and find you. You will be cursed in the city and cursed in the field. Your basket and kneading bowl will be cursed. Your own fertility, your soil's produce, your cattle's young, and your flock's offspring will be cursed. You will be cursed when you are out and about, and cursed when you come back. The Lord will send calamity, confusion, and frustration on you no matter what your work you are doing, until you are wiped out and until you disappear. It'll be quick, because of the evil acts by which you have abandoned him. The Lord will make a plague stick to you until he has totally wiped you off the fertile land you are entering to possess. The Lord will strike you with consumption, fever, and inflammation, with scorching heat and drought, with destruction and disease for your crops. These things will chase you until you are dead and gone. The sun over your head will be as hard as bronze. The earth under your feet will be like iron. The Lord will turn the rain on your land into dust. Only dirt will fall down on you from the sky until you are completely wiped out. The Lord will hand you over defeated to your enemies. You will go out against them by one direction, but you will run for your life away from them in 7 different directions. All the earth's kingdoms will be horrified by you. Your corpses will be food for every bird in the sky and animal on earth. No one will frighten them off. The Lord will afflict you with Egyptian inflammation, hemorrhoids, rash, and itch. You will be untreatable. The Lord will make you go crazy, make you blind, make your mind confused. You will fumble around at high noon as blind people fumble around in darkness. Your plans won't prosper. Instead, you will be constantly oppressed and taken advantage of without any savior. You might get engaged to a woman, but another man will have sex with her. You might build a house, but you won't get to live in it. You might plant a vineyard, but you won't enjoy it. Your ox will be slaughtered while you watch, but you won't get to eat any of it. Your donkey will be stolen right out from under you, and it won't come back. Your flocks will be given to your enemies. No one will save you. Your sons and daughters will be given to another nation while you watch. You will long for them constantly, but you won't have the power to do anything about it. The produce of your land and all your hard work will be consumed by people you don't know. You will be nothing but oppressed and mistreated constantly. The sights your eyes see will drive you insane. The Lord will strike you with horrible inflammation in your knees and legs, from the sole of your foot to the top of your head. You will be untreatable. The Lord will send you and the king that you appoint over you far away to a nation that neither you nor your ancestors have known. There you will worship other gods made of wood and stone. You will become a horror, fit for use in proverbs and in insults by all the nations where the Lord drives you. You might scatter a lot of seed on your field, but you will gather almost nothing because the locusts will eat it all. You might plant lots of vineyards and work hard in them, but you won't drink any wine or harvest the grapes because worms will devour them. You might have many olive trees throughout your territories, but you won't cover yourself with their oil because your olive trees will fail. You might have sons and daughters, but they won't be yours for long because they will be taken away as prisoners. Crickets will take over all your trees and your soil's produce. The immigrants who live among you will be promoted over you higher and higher, but you will be demoted lower and lower. They will lend to you, but you will have nothing to lend to them. They will be the head of things, you will be the tail. That's how all these curses will come over you, pursuing you, reaching you until you are completely wiped out because you didn't obey the Lord your God's voice by keeping his commandments and his regulations that he gave you. These things will be a sign and a wonder on you and your descendants forever, because you didn't serve the Lord your God joyfully and gladly above all else. You will serve your enemies, the ones the Lord will send against you during famine, drought, nakedness, and total deprivation. God will put an iron yoke on your neck until he has wiped you out. The Lord will bring a distant nation, one from the far ends of the earth, against you as fast as the eagle flies, a nation that speaks a language you can't understand, a stern nation that doesn't go easy on the very old or show pity to the very young. The nation will devour your livestock's offspring and your soil's produce until you yourselves are destroyed, because you will have no grain, wine, or oil left, nor any young from your cattle or offspring from your flocks. That is, until the nation annihilates you. That nation will attack you in all your cities until your high, reinforced walls that you thought were so safe fall down across the entire countryside. That nation will attack you in all your cities throughout the land the Lord your God has given you. You will eat the offspring of your own womb, the flesh of your own sons and daughters whom the Lord your God gave you, because of the desperate and dire circumstances that your enemy has brought on you. Even the most gentle and refined man among you will scowl at his brother or his own dear wife or the last of his surviving children. He won't want to give them any of his children's flesh that he will be eating because he has no other food due to the desperate and dire circumstances that your enemy has brought on you in all your cities. Even the most gentle and refined woman among you who is so refined and gentle she wouldn't stomp her foot on the ground, will scowl at her own dear husband, her son, or her daughter, not wanting to give them any of the afterbirth she pushed out or the babies she bore, because she will be eating them secretly while starving due to the desperate and dire circumstances that your enemy will bring on you in your cities. If you don't carefully keep all the words of this instruction that are written in this scroll by fearing the awesome and glorious name of the Lord your God, the Lord will overwhelm you and your descendants with severe and chronic afflictions and with terrible and untreatable sicknesses. He'll put on you all the Egyptian diseases about which you were so afraid. They will stick to you. What's more, the Lord will bring on you all the other diseases and plagues that aren't written in this instruction scroll until you are completely wiped out. Once as countless as the stars in the night sky, only a few of you will be left alive, all because you didn't obey the Lord your God's voice. And just as before, the Lord enjoyed doing good things for you and increasing your numbers. Now the Lord will enjoy annihilating and destroying you. You will be torn off the very fertile land you are entering to possess. The Lord will scatter you among every nation, from one end of the earth to the other. There you will serve other gods that neither you nor your ancestors have known, gods of wood and stone. Among those nations you will have no rest and no place to call your own. There the Lord will give you an agitated mind, failing eyes, and depressed spirit. Your life will seem to dangle before your very eyes. You will be afraid night and day. You won't be able to count on surviving for long. In the morning you will say, I wish it was a nightmare. But at nighttime you will say, I wish it was morning, on account of your tortured mind, which will be terrified. And because of the horrible sights that your eyes will see. Finally, the Lord will take you back to Egypt in ships by the route I promised you would never see again. There you will try to sell yourselves as slaves, both male and female, but no one will want to buy you.